Hello, welcome back. My name is Gomiya, I'm a bear. And, first of all, mind the warnings up top because we are playing Analogue, a hate story. We're continuing for it today. And I want people to realize that this is not a fucking joke. This game can get a little intense at times, and it's not something that, once again, would merit anything more than like a rated R warning, but there are some topics in this one that are not only just for adults but could potentially set people off. So I just want people to be careful, take care of themselves, and have a good time without like being very bothered by what stuff happens. Hi, Pixel, what's up? It's nice to see you again. Bear is awake, yeah. Bear slept, very hard after yesterday. Apparently, talking for around 9 hours straight, does, take it out of you. Hello, CL, how are you? I hope that you had a great time at your festival yesterday. A fair, right? Something like that. And I do hope you are ready for a bit of a trip, because, things are about to get a little bit weird. This is, once again, Analogue, a hate story by Christine Love. Ooh, good. What kind of things did you eat? We're about to go into the shower. I see. Well, I hope you have a good time washing off. I think I'm about to get started. The only thing that I would like to add on to all of this is that this is the second part of the Analogue, a hate story. Big ass turkey leg. An ass turkey, huh? Oh, wait, hold on. The other thing I need to say is that I need to turn the gain down on this because apparently last time I was very much blowing out my mic like very badly, and I don't want to do that to you guys again. So the gain is now down, and I also need to turn down the audio on the music a little bit for this to happen. And I was also like popping something terrible. So hopefully the audio quality in this one's going to be a little bit better, especially since I do plan on continuing the voice acting for this one. This is the second part of Analogue, the hate story. So if you're lost, just go back to the first VOD and give it a try, or just play the game yourself. It's a wonderful game, and I would suggest Christine Love's games to pretty much anyone who can handle themselves and a lot of mature topics. Corn on the cob, I wouldn't have mine your bare ass either. Wow, I mean, not even a clothed ass? My goodness. Anyway, cotton candy and popcorn. Oh man, that's all the fair stuff that you want to get. That's great. Sounds raw. Alright, here we go. Dang Seal's flirting. Yeah, he is. Got both guns firing today. Slushy ice cream. Yeah, you really did eat a lot. Well, I guess you spent all day there, so you needed to have the calories to burn, but You had like the full experience, didn't you? That's quite nice. I'm glad that you had a good time. Or I'm assuming you had a good time. Alright, let's go ahead and get back into the game. We are going to go ahead and restore what we had. El AO? Oh, yeah. We started from here. Let's load this save. Curly fries, fried pizza. Alright, last we, don't remember the rest. I see. That's a lot, my goodness. Man, I really, someday I'll go to a proper fair. I don't know if I've ever spent an entire day at a fair before. Not a real one anyway, so, maybe that's something I'll do someday. The state fair this year is only 2 weekends instead of a month. Oh man, that sucks. I think the state fair in my state will still be going forward as planned. Even though, of course, for everybody it's like the hottest summer it's been in a while. For me, it ends at the 4th of July. I see. Well, I'm glad that you got that visit in. Alright, last we left off, we stopped a nuclear meltdown, and now we only have access to Hyuna. And we were asking Hyuna some questions that Mute gave her. So I guess we'll just continue along that line of questioning, and then we'll see if we can get Mute up and running at all. Yeah, this might be a little bit difficult. I'm not familiar with your state's fair. It's a pretty big one. All right. Question 4 from Mute.
What do you really look like? Well, about a few thousand lines of assembly code and a few gigabytes of memories, I suppose, sitting on a hard drive somewhere. I don't really know what that looks like. Oh, I guess you actually meant before I died, didn't you? Well, I was 13 years old when I woke up and 16 when I died. So, well, I looked younger, but I wasn't really all that different, just shorter. And I guess, smaller in other places, too. Everyone always did say I was pretty, though, even when I was really young. So, just, I guess, picture a shorter version of me without the glasses and with my hair in some dumb braid or another in a hanbok, and that's pretty much it.
Well, be right back. Alright, I'll see you soon. Pixel, like I said, you missed a lot. Hyuna did nothing wrong.
I never really got to dress up the way I wanted to.
Yeah. You, what I will say though, is that that's not even the most shocking thing that happens in this game. So if you're worried about spoilers, that's about the first shock you get. Yes.
I never really got to dress up the way I wanted to.
Yeah.
Even, this is the first time I've been able to wear my school uniform since I was 13, before I got put into stasis. How silly is that, being excited about wearing a uniform? And I mean, you know how much I was into cosplay. I never really had a chance for that when I was alive. Why do you even ask? What are you thinking?
You look good. Especially now that you're in cosplay that you actually really, really like.
Thank you. Anyway, we should really get back to the more serious stuff, don't you think?
Alright, question 5.
How old are you?
Dang, flirting with code. Yep. Well, to be fair, she started it.
Isn't that the one question you're never supposed to ask a woman? Jeez, so rude. Well, I was born in the year 2415, then I was put into stasis for I don't know how long. Then I lived for another 3 years and died about 622 years ago, at the age of 16. So, you tell me how old I am. I don't know. Really, I don't think it really matters at this point, does it? How do you feel about Mute? Oh, of course. Of course that'd be one of her questions. I don't... Well, let me put it this way, I suppose. Did she have anything nice to say about me?
Not really, no.
That's what I thought. Really, I don't know much about her, other than what I've read in other people's logs. She never talked to me, ever. I mean, she wasn't above talking about me, but no, never anything to me. That's all I know about her. She's a gossip. I don't even want to speak to her now.
This goes into Ship of Theseus. Alright, we got 3 more questions. Mute is the other AI on board this ship. Now, remember at the very beginning when we were told that there was an AI on the ship that we were supposed to ask for help called Mute? We actually found Mute, and she gave us a bunch of questions to ask Hyune. Alright, ready to go again.
It's not like I ever thought as a child I would ever marry. You tell me though, could you marry someone you could only ever talk to once?
If she was the right person, I wonder... Because later on in this game, you can confirm whether you're a man or a woman, and since I'm neither, and most people call me mom, I chose woman. This doesn't change the gender of this question, apparently. Me personally, no. Mute was always an AI. Well, that's the assumption anyway.
Well, then maybe you shouldn't be judging me for it. It's not like it's my fault. We both read the same logs. I wasn't the only person on the ship to be crushed by a horrible marriage. The 2 older Kim sisters, you should read their letters. Here, I'll show you. They had it just as bad. It's a really unfair question to ask.
Alright, wait, which block is that? Because I've got a bunch of questions that I still need to ask Mute, and I never got to it because, everything went down. During, the nuclear meltdown, and now, we have Mute somewhere safe, but we cannot access her anymore. Block 1? Which one? 1 through 3. Got it.
Damn!
Oh wait, I was reading that in Mute's voice, oh my god. Damn, she's sassy. Wait till you meet Mute. If you think that Hyune is sassy, good god, you ain't seen nothing yet. Are you able to run a search for her location? No, I know exactly where she is. During the nuclear meltdown, we had to move her into Hyune's core. So if you look up you'll see, let's see, power control list. See? Core 2 has both Hyuna and Mute in it. There were 6 cores. Mute was in Core 1, and Hyuna was in Core 2. When everything melted down, we had to move Mute over into Hyuna's core in order to make sure that we had enough power redirected to emergency power that we could, survive. That does mean that Mute is now in inactive storage, but she's perfectly okay. So you married them? Theoretically. In what way? In what way did I marry them? That's funny. Wait, where is Core 1? Is it just gone now? Can I reactivate Core 2? I guess not, because then that would put us over, but... We're at 19 subsystems. I wonder if there's anything we can put back on. I suppose docking and bulkheads, but that's about it. Yeah, might as well just keep them all off for now. You put Mute inside of Hyuna. No, that's more like they're living in the same apartment right now, except Hyuna is completely unaware of this. Like, she's gonna, like, punch into the wall and find Mute living in there. Oh my goodness. Let's read the letters. Kim Unni. Now let's see, this is a Kim family tree. Unni is someone who married Park Kang-dae, who is the son of Jung-soo, who is the current high magistrate before everything goes down. Got it. Wait, she doesn't know you stuffed another person into her living space, right? I thought that she would have something to say about that later when I saw her, but like she really didn't. Yeah. Wait, you were here for that part. You were here for the nuclear meltdown because I think you were the one who asked if we could talk to Mute, and we couldn't, but we could move her Mute. So that's what I did. Okay, so Kim Unni.
Dear Sunny, I wish we'd had more of a chance to talk before I left. I'm sorry it was so sudden, not my choice, please believe me. It's really weird living in someone else's house, even just like the place itself, you know? The walls of the house are way smaller, there aren't even separate women's quarters. It's pretty much just a paper divider separating us from the men most of the time. You can see and hear everything, it's so very weird.
I was here, but I had no idea what you were doing as I left my glasses at home.
Also, there's a lot more to do around the house. If you thought Mom was strict, wow, Mother-in-law makes her seem positively gentle in comparison. I know, I'll just have to get used to it, but she kind of scares me. Plus, we don't have any servants here at all, so I have to handle pretty much all the chores. I'll try to write to you regularly, though, so long as I can find the time. Mother-in-law keeps me pretty busy during the day with housework, and my husband keeps me pretty busy during the night with other work. It's pretty much chores all day, every day. But I'll try to sneak another letter in soon, okay? With love from your older sister, Unni.
Alright, this is the year 313, so this is way before shit started to go down for real. At least, so everyone died in 322, 9 years before everything started going down. Alright.
So far, sounds good, right? Things fell apart between them in time, though. Here, see for yourself.
Alright, did she add anything else? Oh, fuck. Okay, so we're just gonna ask Mute about the entire first block. This is one of the Kim sisters, correct? Not exactly. This is a woman who married into the Kim family, so the Kim sisters-in-law. Let's go back. We need to explain the entire family tree because we have an additional one that Mute gave us. Hold on. We haven't showed this to her yet?
Oh, well, how nice of her.
She seems so pissed off. Alright. So this is a Kim family tree. We have Jung-soo's father, Jung-soo, who is the High Magistrate before someone else took over. Well, no, he's the current High Magistrate on the ship right before everybody fucking beefed it. We've got Young-suk's father and Young-suk. Young-suk was adopted into the Kim family after his own father died, in hopes that he could be the next Kim family successor. Jung-soo has 3 sons, but the hope is that Young-suk is able to become like the main family magistrate for this bit of the family. There is so much going on here. Unmi is the girl we were just talking about. She's married to one of the sons of Jung-soo. There are a whole bunch of children here you've got to deal with. The pale bride, as you know, is Hyuna. Oh my god, there is so much to explain about Hyuna. Yeah, I'm so bad with names. Everyone gets a letter. I'll try and just keep it to people that I find interesting or people who have something to do with the main story. The reason why Young-suk is important is that Young-suk's father... wait, or was it Jung-soo? Give me a second. It has to be in block 5, right? That was where all the... Yeah. Young-suk. Yeah, it's Jung-soo. Okay. So, what happened was... Let's go back to... Oh, good god. Okay, I'll try and keep it down to stuff that is only necessary for you to explain. If you want to know everything that's happened, like I said, you're probably going to have to go back to the previous VOD and explore it with the rest of us, but the reason why Young-suk is important is that Jung-soo, through some means that I won't spoil, got the pale bride because he promised the emperor, Ryu In-ho, the emperor of the entire ship, that he would give him a bride. He didn't have a daughter that he could marry by then. Marry off by then, that is. So he got the pale bride by means that you're just gonna have to find out for yourself. And the pale bride is from the past, from before everything went to shit. So she woke up in a world where everything is like Joseon, Korea, and she's like, I'm 13 and what the fuck is going on? Which is her like complete reaction to everything, because she's used to like having cartoons and being allowed to read and go anywhere she wants. But she's not anymore. 13 years old. And then she's told that she's supposed to marry somebody in 3 years. So that's where she's that's the place that she's kind of headed. Yeah, this is why everybody in chat was like, are you crazy? We are Team Hyuna. Hyuna did nothing wrong. So that's a pale bride. Pale bride is very rebellious for several years, but then for some reason she gets, by the time she marries the emperor, she's completely humble and doesn't even say anything. Something broke her to the point where she doesn't even smile anymore. She doesn't say anything, and she's shy. And we don't know what it is. We know that she was just furious when she realized that her entire purpose was in life was now to get married. Also, yeah, go back into the VODs because she's got some problems that are very urgent, that she's basically so fucked right now. But yeah, that's everybody on this side that I think is important. That's the Kim family tree. The Smith family tree, after the Kim family gives the pale bride to the emperor, and also has Jungsu as a magistrate. They are elevated in importance over the Smith family tree. Man, download this child into a removal system and take her with us. Blow the reactor. Fuck it. I think that's the plan, honestly. I need to. She was like, at one point, she said, do you think that I could. At one point, she was like, do you think that I could ever see Earth? And we were like, we're taking you with us, honey. You don't have any other choice. Alright. Now, here's the Smith family tree. This is the other family that we've been talking about. They have a lot to do with the actual plot as well. Now, Smith Sang-min is the philanderer that we were talking about at the very beginning. There are three brothers in the Smith family that we need to talk about. Smith Sang-min, Smith Sang-kyu, and Smith Sang-jung. Smith Sang-jung died 7 years before everybody else died. He drunk himself to death. Mute really, really liked him, and that becomes relevant later. Smith Sang-min is the eldest of the brothers, and was recently, and in the year that everything went to shit, was fired from his job by the emperor. Even though it seems like he was really good at his job. The only problem with him, just at all, was that he was a relentless philanderer, and we're pretty sure that he was bisexual in this entire situation. So yeah, he did not seem very happy. He was trying his best in a really bad situation, but also he was just like, he was in complete despair at that point. Got fired from his job as the previous high magistrate and was replaced by Jungsu, who, if you'll remember, is a part of the Kim family. And this is like, this entire story has been about the rise of the Kim family and the fall of the Smith family tree, and how the Pale Bride was having none of it. Smith Sang-kyu is the middle brother, and he was apparently just the hugest idiot, sack of bricks, nonsense man who was also unfortunately incredibly violent. He beat the shit out of, oh wait, hold on, I forgot to tell you why, yeah, I forgot to tell you why, Young-suk was relevant. Young-suk, after Jung-soo broke the Pale Bride, out of, where she was, he gave her to Young-suk and his wife, in order for them to take care of her for the next 3 years. When Jung-soo handed her over to the emperor to get married, Jung-soo took all the credit for that. And Young-suk was trying to get the position that Jung-soo eventually got credit for, and then eventually got. There's a lot of drama over there. But, yeah. Back to the Smiths. Alright. Smith Sang-min was the person who was fired from the job that Jung-soo eventually got. And it's this entire side is basically Mute's whole business. She liked everybody on this side of the family. This is a well-made K-drama. It's my favorite Saguk. Sang-jung is the youngest brother. He drank himself to death. He was a drunk. Mute really, really liked him. And it was because he was the type of person to take care of his family in ways that were sometimes very bad, but Mute's not a terribly good person herself. But I like her a lot. She's definitely a product of her times, but Mute is so fucking likable. I really like her. Smith Kyung-sam is a part of the other side of the family. He really doesn't have much to do with anything, and Smith Gong-woo is his son. Ciel, I'm so sorry you missed the entire explanation of the entire plot. I think the only, the last thing to explain is, Okay, good. I think the last thing to explain is the Emperor himself. Now, the Emperor is married to both the Pale Bride, of course, by the time everything goes to shit. 322, the year everything goes to shit. The Emperor marries the Pale Bride in 321, but he's also married to the Queen, Donghua. Donghua, Child Bride is whack, yeah. Reminds me of Young and the Restless, Bold and the Beautiful. Good God. Yeah, this is my favorite K-drama. Okay, the Emperor. Not a bad guy in himself, but he is the local pedophile, so take that as you will. Although, in that sense, I think pretty much everybody on this ship is a pedophile because you apparently don't live very long in this world. You live to about maybe 40 if you are well-to-do. So 15 is the marriageable age. And you do fall in love with people very, very young. Apparently. Warning up there. And the Queen, Donghua, after the Pale Bride is married to the Emperor, is instructed to... It's not instructed. Her duty is, as Queen, to not only run a few affairs for the Emperor himself, but to also make sure that, you know, the Pale Bride is under her wing and that people are taking care of her. And Donghua at first was extremely, like, worried and jealous of supply strain is real. Makes sense when you look at it. It's generational shit. Yeah. She was at first pretty jealous of the Pale Bride because she genuinely liked the Emperor, which, again, oh my fucking god, you guys have missed some shit that I'm going to glide right past because you guys have to watch the original VOD and see for yourself. But she realized that once the Pale Bride got there, that the Pale Bride, Hyunnae, by the way, the Pale Bride is Hyunnae. She was pretending to be an AI this entire time, but she is, in fact, actually Hyunnae. She uploaded herself as an AI and has been spending this entire time as an AI, wandering around, reading logs, and being incredibly lonely. The Pale Bride was so shy and basically beaten as a human being that Donghua was like, okay, I have nothing to be jealous of. This is just a child, and I think she's dead inside, and I feel really bad for her. I think that she's in possibly the best position one could be in this world, but for some reason she is so terrified of everything that I can't help but feel bad for her. I want to take care of her. What I'm saying is that Donghua rocks. She is one of the coolest characters in this entire fucking story. So Queen Donghua decides to tell Hyunnae, look, I know that we're in some very difficult positions right now, but if you need to talk to somebody, I'm here. And Hyunnae apparently responded positively to that, but we don't know exactly what happened because, again, this was like 600 years ago, and we don't have the entire story yet. And I think that's about everything. The only other thing is the stuff about Mute. Mute is another AI. She's the security AI on this ship. She has a very close relationship with pretty much everyone. She belongs to the Emperor's family, so she works under Inho and Donghua, but mostly she works under Donghua, and she's a very gossipy bitch, and we love her for it. But basically, she has complex relationships with all of these people as well. She's very, unlike Hyunnae, she's really attached to all of these people that we've been reading about, just personally. Yes, you and your 616-year-old AI wife. Yeah, we can dress her up too. Go to the previous VOD for when we were looking at all the clothes that we can dress her up in. It's really, really cute. Alright, I think that's everything. I think Mute is pretty understandably just pissed off. The questions that we're asking from Mute right now are a result of Mute trying to get us to get the entire story of what happened from Hyuna. And she's been calling her a psychopath bitch. Mass murderer, by the way. So, since everybody fucking beefed it in 322, I am assuming that Hyuna was behind that. We've been asking these questions from Mute, but Mute thinks that Hyuna is crazy, and considering that she was very attached to a lot of the people that died in whatever happened in 322, I don't blame her. Even though she is kind of a bitch. She is kind of a bitch, but I love her. I'll watch the VOD after the stream. Great. There's so much I glossed right over. And I think we are good to continue in that sense. Alright. So we were going through block 1 before going back through Mute's questions. Hopefully we can initialize Mute. I'm not really sure if we can, but I guess we'll see. Letter to Unni. Kim Sunny. Alright. Okay, Sunny. And this is the other wife, within the Kim family's sons. So this is the other sister-in-law, basically. Dear Unni, I wish you could have found the time sooner, but if you say you're busy, fine, I believe you. Things aren't very interesting at home. Mom's been really busy lately. I think she's in a big hurry to get me married. I wish she wasn't. How come you didn't have to do interviews until you were 14? Lucky. One of them seems nice, though. I think the man's name was... Oh? I talked to his mother about you for a little bit. Don't remember what brought it up, but I told her about the dolls you lent me. The second interview we did, she brought me one of hers from when she was my age and said I could keep it. Interviews suck, but I think it'd be fine marrying her son. I mean, if I really have to, she sounds better than your stupid mother-in-law. Love, Sunny. Alright, let me see. Sunny. Oh, wait. No. Okay. Jungsu only... Okay, never mind. Okay, Jungsu only gave birth to daughters, and the reason why the dudes are in black is because societally they're more important. Got it. They married outside of the family. Got it. They probably married into families less than their own means, so that's why all this is happening. So yeah, you're right. They are the Kim family. You are correct, Pixel. I'm very, very sorry. Jungsu did have exactly one son, but he died very, very early, which is why Youngsuk was adopted into the family. All right, okay. Now this actually does make sense. Anyway, pale bread. All right, let's see. Kim Sunny. Dear Unni, thanks for being able to come to my wedding, even if it was just for a day. Don't worry about what Mom said about you not having kids yet. You shouldn't take that personally. I was really happy to see you again, since I wasn't sure if I ever would. I love you, big sister. I'm sorry for bothering you with this so soon after we spoke, but I really need you to answer something for me. I don't have anyone else to ask, and I'm really, really, really worried about something. It's really embarrassing, but I just have to know. If you have problems with getting Mute, disable Hyuna and activate her. I mean, that's basically what we had to do in the first place, right? We had to disable, we can't disable two AI at the same time. We always had to disable one and then reactivate the other one. It's just that now that Mute is in the same core as Hyuna, I don't know if I can reactivate her in the first place. You know what I mean? The night I moved in, my husband and I slept together. I'm not ignorant about how that's supposed to work. I know why. Afterwards, my husband said that everything was fine and that I shouldn't worry, but it really hurt a lot. I was crying the whole time and he injured me so much there was blood everywhere. I know I'm not supposed to question him, but that's not normal, right? Should I insist on seeing a doctor? He seems nice besides that, so I just don't understand. What should I do, big sister? Love, Sunny. Oh, poor baby. Every single woman in this one is just like, poor babe. Just all the way around.
Dear Sunny, no, you don't have to see a doctor. I'm sorry to be the bringer of bad news, little sister, but I'm afraid your husband's right. That really is normal. Don't worry about freaking out either. You're a lot younger than I was when I got married, so it's probably even worse for you. I'm so sorry. It gets a little easier after the first time. It's still uncomfortable though. You just have to endure it. That never changes. I'm sorry. Don't worry about the crying either. Men actually find that to be attractive, so just keep doing it and you'll probably make them happy. If you're lucky though, you'll get pregnant quickly and won't have to worry about any of that for months. That aside though, how have you been? How's your new family? I haven't heard much about them. I keep trying to ask Mom to tell me about your husband, but all I got was that lecture about how I was nearly 3 years old when she'd been married for as long as I had. As if I'm not trying. So do tell me more about him and his family, please, Sunny. I'd love to know. With love from your older sister, Unni.
Yeah. All of this is just like a huge fucking... These poor kids. Holy shit. Alright, here we go. Now it looks like Hyuna has something to say about this.
Yeah, you should finish the rest first. You can see for yourself how things turned out.
Huh? She's not graying out. Weird. I'm weirding a little bit. Okay. Okay, this is from Unni, the elder sister.
Dear Sunny, I said in my last letter I was pregnant, and thanks for the congratulations. But I hope you didn't rush to tell Mom. You'll have to send her the bad news. It was a false alarm, I'm afraid. I bled this month. I hope you're doing better, little sister. Your child is due any day now, right?
Oh my fucking god. Good god.
Dear Unni, I wish I could have written you sooner.
This one's from Sunny, by the way.
I wish I could have written you sooner, but I'm afraid I haven't the time with having a real pregnancy and all to worry about. My mother-in-law insisted that I take the time to write to my family, though, so I just finished a letter to Mom first. I'm sorry about your false alarm. I did tell Mom, and she wasn't very happy to hear it. I'm sure you're not really surprised by that, though. The good news, I gave birth 2 weeks ago. Her name is Jin, and she is the cutest little child you will ever see. She reminds me a lot of our little brother, although she has her father's eyes, really. I really wish you could meet her. I just know you'd think she's absolutely adorable. So I'm a mother now. I still can't think of myself that way. It's so weird. Right now, she's just so small. She can't even lift her head, but every time I look at her eyes, I wonder how I'm going to be able to raise her. Mother-in-law says that I shouldn't worry, it'll come naturally, and she'll be there to help. I guess that's true. I definitely don't know what I'd do without her. At the very least, I sure wouldn't ever get any sleep. It's just scary, you know? Wasn't it just yesterday that we were playing together in our father's house? Now that it's been nearly 16 years since I was born, I'm a wife and mother. How did we get so old? I mean, it could be worse. I know that's a good age for both of those things, and that it's really disappointing if you're older and haven't managed that. I have it good. It's just odd to think about it. But I'm not complaining, and when you're a mother, you'll understand why, big sister. I just love her so much. She means everything to me. Anyway, I'll stop rambling. I think Dean is crying to be fed now, and mother-in-law can't help with that, so I'll leave it to there. Take care, sister. Love, Sunny.
I guess we're just gonna read the rest. Alright, and this one is from Unni. Dear Sunny, well, maybe you could use a little more caution in what you send to Mom. These shots fired, right? Oh, God. Well, maybe you could use a little more caution in what you send to Mom, because it's not like you don't know how annoyed she can get, especially at me. There's a reason you're the only one she still actually talks to. I'm trying, you know, but I can only do so much. Congratulations on your daughter. I'm really excited to hear about that. Yeah, it's a shame I can't see her. She sounds wonderful.
I don't really have much else to say. I just wanted to acknowledge your letter. Things really haven't been worth talking about. My mother-in-law is still a crazy tyrant, and my husband and I are still trying to have a son. Nothing new, nothing worth mentioning. I'm glad things are going much better for you. With regards, Unni. Dear Unni, how long has it been since we last...
Oh my fucking god. Ooh, this is the year 322 before everything went down. Oh, and it's been 4 years.
Dear Unni, how long's it been since we last rode each other? It feels like it's been forever. I wish you wouldn't be such a stranger. I have a 2-year-old son now. His name is Taehyun, and he takes after his father in a lot of ways. He's just started to learn to talk now, much earlier than Jean did, no surprise. But Jean is a real sweetheart. She's what reminded me of you. The two of them had fought, and so I was scolding her. I told her that I was disappointed, that I expected better from her as an older sister. I gave her the whole filial responsibility speech, you know, the one that Mom used to always give. It's funny, I hated that so much as a kid, and I promised myself I'd never guilt my own children that way. Now I just think to myself, well, it worked, didn't it? Anyway, she asked me what it meant to be an older sister. I had trouble with that one. Finally, I said, it means you should be a good role model. Teach your little brother what it means to be responsible by example. Show him. That was a good enough answer for her, but I thought about it. And it's not a good enough answer for me. Not at all. It's you I've been thinking of, and you know, I turned out okay. I wish I could take back what I said and tell Jean what I'm going to tell you. You don't have to be perfect. You're not a good role model, but that's fine. I love you anyway, big sister, and I always will. Even if everyone is disappointed in you, even if you're not really family anymore, as far as I'm concerned, you're my big sister. You don't have to be perfect. I love you, period. Please write back, sister. Even if you don't have good news to report, I just want to hear how you are. Love, Sunny.
Damn.
There's one more that Unmi never sent. I'm going to warn you now, though. It's really intense. Are you sure you want to read it?
This girl has cervical issues and is being blamed for it, fuck. Welcome to the Mugunghwa. I hope you enjoy your fucking stay.
Very well. There you are. It's been added. Don't say I didn't warn you, though.
Alright, we're gonna take some water. And we're gonna go into this last letter. Oof. Here we go.
Dear Sunny, you know what? Fine. I'll tell you the truth. The false alarm? It wasn't a false alarm. I didn't lie about the bleeding, that was true. But I really was pregnant at the time, more than I let on in my letter. As in morning sickness, giant belly, you could see it. I was really pregnant and bleeding. My husband brought in the doctor immediately, who asked me all sorts of questions about everything. I was fine, perfect health, no injuries, I told him. So he pulled out his instruments and started listening for my son's heartbeat. And listened, and listened, and listened. It felt like forever that he kept trying, and I couldn't understand why he couldn't find something I knew just had to be there. The obvious never occurred to me. He had to explain it. I'm sorry, the doctor said. There's no heartbeat. The fetus is dead. He couldn't do anything about it. It took a week for the actual miscarriage to happen. It was the worst week of my life.
Continuing.
It was hellish. You've had 2 children. I'm sure you know that wonderful feeling you get when you realize you're with a child. That you know that you're going to have a baby and can feel him inside you and imagine what he's going to look like and what he'll grow up to be. And that right now he's depending on you more than he ever will to keep him safe. You know the feeling, I'm sure. Just the day before, I'd been so happy I was finally going to have a child. After I found out, I could still feel him. Dead, but still inside me, sloshing around. The day before, I thought I was filled with beautiful life, but I was actually filled with death. I would have no son. What I was carrying was just a corpse, weighing me down. I thought I'd feel better once I expelled it. But then I saw it, this awful, bloody mess that should have been a son. It was awful. So awful. After I saw it, my husband had to force me to wash myself because all I wanted to do was crawl into my bed and die. I didn't get out of bed a whole month after that, save for a brief hour so I could write to you and tell you that I wasn't pregnant. Eventually, I recovered. I realized it wasn't really my fault. Eventually, we started trying again. After all, what you, Mom, and Mother-in-law have all been implying is right. I'd be a lousy wife if after 8 years of marriage, I still hadn't had a child. So we tried. And I did eventually get pregnant. Then it happened again. That was half a year ago. You're right. I'm not perfect. I'm as broken as it gets. The one most important thing in the world for a woman to do, and I can't. You've been pregnant twice, and you now have 2 wonderful children that you love. I've been pregnant twice, and all that's happened is that I killed them both. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know why. The doctor said I didn't do anything wrong, but clearly I can't bring life into this world. The only thing I can bring is death, little sister. Today, I overheard my husband talking to my mother-in-law about considering taking on a second wife to actually give him a child. He sounded really disappointed in me. I don't know what to do. Kill myself maybe, since killing seems to be all I can do. It'd be better for everyone. It'd be easier on my husband, and you wouldn't have to worry about me being a disappointment, at least. It's the only thing I can think of. What else could I possibly do? Unmi.
Pain. Spain without the S.
I don't know about you, but I had a really hard time reading that the first time. Can you imagine that? It's even as if I knew her. I didn't even know either existed when I was alive. I mean, sure, their mother mentioned that she'd had daughters before in a sort of abstract way, but she never told me so much as their names, let alone, well, anything. Anyway, none of that was my original point. My point was, now do you see what I mean? When Mute talks about a happy marriage, that's what she's talking about. It's not as if I'm the only woman to have a horrible marriage. It wasn't my fault. That's what happens. That's normal.
Alright, so we have a few options here. We can go back to asking her questions, or we can see what Hyuna has to say to us. I think I'm gonna see what she has to say first before going back to questions. Okay, hydrated, let's go. Alright, yep. I wonder why these are repeating. Weird. Okay. I wonder if she has anything new to say. Nah, not really. Okay. Alright, now we have the last few questions from Mute. Let's see.
Did you ever have any friends? After waking up from stasis, I only ever had one single friend. Oh, two, I meant. Now that you're here. Anyway, before, it was just her. The Queen, my husband's wife, Ryu Jae-hwa. I wrote about her a lot in my diary. I'll just show you. It's probably better if you read for yourself. These are from right after I got married.
Okay. So, this is probably block 5, right? Oh no, it's block 6. Block 6. Right now, I'm just writing down blocks and entries that we still need to show mute. Alright, so this is number 2 and 3. Okay. Wait, hold on. 3, okay. Alright, let's see. Pale Bride, as we know, is Yone.
Dear Diary, I guess it's been forever since I cared enough to write anything down. I just haven't seen the point. Since my last entry, I got married, moved into the palace, and lost my virginity. Apparently for a girl my age, none of these things are really all that weird. The Queen finally insisted on talking to me the night after I first slept with dearest husband. I'd been expecting it. My sister warned me that she would probably be jealous, and I'd just have to endure it. She outranks me, and I would simply have to kowtow to her if need be. I haven't had to yet, though. We had tea together, and she has started by acting friendly. I'm sure sister was right. I'll get the brunt of her anger soon enough. But today, she was friendly. How are you holding up? She asked me. After we finished with tea, I shrugged. Do trust me. I know how hard it can be for a newlywed. I've been through it myself, but I was at least older. You probably miss your family, do you not? That's what would be expected from any good girl. So I nodded. It gets easier with time. I had no response. I'm sorry. Am I bothering you? You can leave if you wish. I simply thought you might like some company. I wasn't sure how to respond to that either. I just clasped my hands and shook my head. I just wanted to be sure, she said. There was a long pause that followed. Finally, she asked, how was last night? It surprised me that she was willing to bring up the subject, figuring that it was a segue into her being vindictive towards me for sleeping with her husband. I shrugged as she continued. I just know he can be rough. Nobody ever talked about those duties with me. Then she smiled, and I felt almost like I could drop my guard. I had no idea what to expect my first time. And do believe me, I'm not jealous. That is nothing to be jealous of, but do tell me how it was. It made me think back on last night. Honestly, it was the best night I've ever had since waking up in the future. Everyone, my mother, my sister, and now my queen, warned me that it would be bad. It would be a duty and nothing more. But I honestly did love it. I would have let him get me up all night if I had the energy for it. I guess while I was thinking about all that, I let out a slight smile. I caught myself, but not before she noticed. Oh, did you enjoy it then? She asked, touching my arm. I jumped. But please be at ease. That is perfectly all right, too. So long as you know it's just for him, there's absolutely no shame in that. There is none. I expected her to jump into something passive-aggressive from that, but she didn't. All she did was change the subject, and she said that she was really worried about me. Maybe she isn't so bad. So, you can see, she was kind. She was good to me. She really was. I take it you want to know more about my marriage, then. What are you interested in? Jae-hwa.
Jae-hwa.
Then you're in luck. She's in all of those entries. Well, she was really the only thing in my life worth writing about, for the most part.
Queenie a little jealous. Yeah, definitely.
There's one in there that she wrote about herself, about our husband, and you can see for yourself. She's a lot stronger than I ever was. So you can see for yourself why I admired her. And, well, just read them, alright?
Alright, let's see how many she gave us. Oof. Okay, so not everything but the first one. So she gave us 2 through 7. 2 through 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
Dear Diary, attending to my husband has been easier than I was afraid it would be. Yes, there's days when it requires more strength than usual to keep going. I'm still getting increasingly more sick, nothing will change that. But it's not so bad, really. All I have to do is dote on him and try to anticipate his desires, and he's happy with me. No abuse or anything. Sure, it's not as if I like him. He's an ugly 40-year-old man who only cares about politics and never tells me anything. Love? Well, that's certainly no concern. I don't know where I ever got the impression that that was something that could happen in a marriage. I thought it was something from the past, but I was young before I got put into stasis. That must have been a mistake of childhood. But so long as I do as I'm told, I'm not mistreated like I was by my sister, and sleeping with him feels good. I really hope I don't get pregnant soon. I don't want that to stop. Doing that is really the only thing that makes me actually happy these days. Well, that and Jaehwa's talks with me. She's nice. She keeps me company when I stay up to wait for his return. She fetches servants to take me to bed on those days I'm too feverish to sit for too long, and then she just talks to me, as if I'm a friend. I don't really understand why, but I guess she doesn't really hate me after all.
Do let me tell you,
She said one evening, while she brushed my hair.
I always wanted a little sister growing up. That's how I think of you. Does that make sense?
I shrugged. It was nice of her, and it felt so relaxing to let her touch my hair like that. She wasn't waiting for a response anyway. By now she knows better. She just keeps talking kindly to me.
Ryu Jaehwa, 7/13, the year 321. The more she lives in my house, the more I am confused by the mystery that is the pale bride. No wonder why my husband has been favoring the Kim family lately. Their daughter seems to be the perfect woman. She's not simply a pale beauty. She's always too shy to speak at all, let alone argue, seems to hang off his every word, and it turns out, is actually so completely humble in her education that she cannot even read. Or rather, she cannot read normal characters. I've observed her writing to herself in perhaps what may be a diary. When I asked what it was, she wouldn't say, but was quick to hide it. I could not recognize a single character on her screen, however. They seemed simplified compared to regular writing. Perhaps she has invented a writing system just for herself? It is very strange. Did you ever receive those letters I sent to your house before you arrived? I asked her, curious. Seemingly she had. Did she read them? Her response was worried, as if she was scared that I would be angry to find out that she hadn't. I was not, of course. I'm sorry, I had assumed. Are you able to read? That was when I found out that she wasn't. I offered to read them to her, to which she seemed quite enthusiastic. I think I am likely to leave out some parts, however. I had enough difficulty bringing myself to writing the more embarrassing parts of the family history. Bringing myself to talk about them, even if I know she would never say anything, is just far too much. Like all things with her, I cannot tell whether her enthusiasm is sincere or an effort to make me happy. This troubles me. Jaehwa rocks, Jaehwa rules. Jaehwa fucking rules. She rules. Jaehwa fucking rules. She rules.
Of course I wasn't illiterate. I could read just fine. Just not their stupid Chinese-based characters. I mean, I can understand them now. Everything except for my diary entries is translated from them. It's such a dumb way of writing, though. It makes everything come out so stilted compared to proper Korean.
Positive femininity, right? Girls supporting girls in any way fucking possible in the most brokenest of systems. Yeah. Again, you ain't seen nothing yet. You have not met Mute.
Well, anyway, you're showing me that because you're interested in her admonitions, right?
What? Girls what? Girls supporting girls. What did you think I said? Sure.
Then here, I'll just give you the letters she sent. They give all the details, even the ones she was too embarrassed me to tell me about at the time.
Seal no horny.
You can probably guess which parts she cut out. It's pretty obvious. It's the incest thing she never told me about at the time. Having read about it now, I don't really blame her. And, well, here, you can see what I mean for yourself.
I ain't horny. At the moment. Goodness gracious. Wait, did she actually give us anything new? Let's see. Block 6? No. Oh, she already gave us Mute already gave us all the admonitions, so I don't think anything new was added to them. Yeah, we already had all the admonitions. Okay. I'm kind of busy. Okay. I hope you have a good time listening to my voice.
Dear Diary, I've been thinking a lot about how close my death must be now. Lately, I've been getting prone to fainting spells. It probably goes right along with my diminishing appetite. If the doctor from the past was right, I've still got over a year left to live. Maybe more. He said it wasn't very likely to get bad enough to kill me until I was at least 18. Although maybe all those years in stasis might have changed that, I don't know. But if he was right, and if I haven't lost track of time, I'm 16 and a half right now. So there's still a while. I've been trying to hide signs of the sickness. Even if I could explain, I know full well that nobody would believe me. So far, hiding it has been mostly working, although I did have one of my fainting spells while my husband was on top of me. He wasn't angry at me, though. I don't think he cared. I know all I write about these days is sex with my husband and conversations with his wife. The Kim family would be proud, I guess. But those two things are all that's really worthwhile in my life. I have other responsibilities, of course. They're just not that interesting. And that's about it. Anyway, the Queen has continued to be nice to me. She finally figured it out. We were having tea together one afternoon. She was talking about nothing in particular, and she asked me some question that I just shrugged to.
I hope you do not take this the wrong way,
she then said,
but there is something I would like to ask you.
I nodded.
I don't think I've ever heard your voice before.
I nodded again.
Why don't you ever speak to me? Are you just saving that for the Emperor?
I didn't know how to respond. She was so close to getting to it, to bringing up this subject. I wasn't able to. Yet that wasn't the right question. So I shook my head and hoped that her next question would be what it was. It was.
Then, Hyuna,
she said uncertainly.
Are you mute?
I felt like screaming yes at the top of my lungs. I was so happy that she'd finally figured it out. I smiled and was about to nod enthusiastically. But suddenly I stopped. What if she thought less of me if I said yes? If she knew that the reason I was so quiet and demure wasn't because of any sort of discipline? Those were things people liked about me. Would she stop liking me if she knew? What if she told my husband? I was so terrified. I couldn't think of any correct answer. If I said no, I'm sure she would have asked to hear what my voice sounded like. I'd be forced to disobey. And if I nodded, then she'd know that I wasn't really just trying hard to be a good wife. And I'm sure she would talk to my husband about it, so he'd know too. But while I stared at her in terror, thinking of how to respond, she sighed and sipped her tea.
Don't worry about it,
she said.
You do not have to answer. Please, do forget that I even asked. She definitely wasn't mute 3 years ago. 3 years ago, she was pretty much the opposite of mute. She was yelling the whole fucking time. We continue. Talk to you later. I gotta deep clean my car. Alright, thanks for coming by. I hope you get that car clean.
You know, nobody even ever noticed that until her. Nobody cared. Nobody ever thought any of it, or cared enough about me to find out. But she did care. She actually paid attention. She was great.
Arguing the Emperor. Liu Jiehua. Last day of the year-ish.
My concern over the pale bride's condition has grown. Lately, she has seemed to grow even quieter. If such a thing is possible for a mute girl. Well, perhaps saying she is mute is an assumption too far on my part. I tried asking her directly, but she seemed too scared to answer. That simply makes me more suspicious, and I should like to know why. I addressed my husband on the matter, telling him that I wished to speak to the woman of the Kim family house, to see if I could find what is wrong. He shrugged me off, saying,
Don't. They're valuable subjects. The son is someone I have my eye on in particular. The politics of the situation are far too delicate for you to be meddling with.
I cleared my throat. He might be both my husband and emperor, but I would not let that stop me from being bold. My dear husband, I don't care, I said flatly. I am worried about the girl, and I believe that talking to her mother might shed some light on the matter. The son is of no concern to me.
I don't see why it matters. She's a perfect woman. Why, are you jealous?
He said, rolling his eyes at me, a gesture that he's only been able to use on me and his servants ever since becoming emperor. Nobody had the patience for it when he was a child, and I don't have it now either.
Inho, dearest, do you believe that the well-being of your wife is a political matter, or even an external matter? I asked. He didn't. So would you say it's a domestic matter? I asked. He reluctantly agreed. Then as a domestic matter, it is the responsibility of the woman of the house, is it not? Please, tell me. You are, obviously, more well-read in the classics than I said, both of us knowing he wasn't. Fine, he said. But just because it's your responsibility does not mean I can't overrule you. He left silent the follow-up. I don't have to take this from you. You do know that my concerns are valid, though, I replied. If you value my opinion, you will let me speak to the Kim mother. There was a pause. Then he raised his hand in annoyance. Very well, do it. It's woman's business. I don't want a part in it regardless. Then he just shook his head. Why must all of our conversations be arguments? I smiled to him and left. He already knows the answer. I like the double voice. Take care, Pixels and Dragons. Thanks. I've been doing that for this whole thing. I don't know. I feel like we could probably make room for like only reading it in the voice of whoever wrote it, but I don't know. I feel like switching in between the two is fun.
I never knew about that when we were alive. Like most things, I only found out after I took over the ship's computer. It just amazes me even more. Look at her. She's a woman who actually stood up to a man and won. She wasn't clumsy like I was. She knew how to work it from her position. Isn't that so amazing?
Alright.
Dear Diary.
Oh, and this is January, end of January, the year everybody beefed it.
Dear Diary. You always forget how terrible it is to cry yourself to sleep until it happens. It's just the ultimate feeling of helplessness. But what's new there, right? I just miss her. Even if she scared me, I miss her so damn much. Jaehwa was the only one who was sympathetic to me. Why did she have to die? Is that my fate? Anything that makes whatever short life I have left bearable must go? Fate just hates me, I've decided. I don't know what killed her. I overheard one of the servants saying that the doctor claimed it was too much worry, causing an excess of wood in the spleen, which he claimed to be common in oversensitive women. I was baffled by the absurdity at the time. I still am now. My only friend is dead and her diagnosis is absolutely insane. What do you even say to something like that?
Oh, and this is only like a month after Jaehwa brought up her worries, which is why I guess we've never seen Jaehwa's entries after in the year 322.
Well, I guess it's not like I need to worry about knowing what to say. But in light of that, it doesn't surprise me that nobody ever believed I was sick. With medicine that stupid, why would they? All it does is reinforce how hopeless everything is. I just constantly wonder, why did my father or my own doctor think that people would be smarter in the future, that medicine would be better? My servant has been helping me get through all the funeral stuff. Well, I mean, she's been guiding me through the rites, practically doing them for me, really. I'm so weak and so stunned, I don't even know how I've been getting out of bed. I couldn't describe any of the ceremony, it's all been a blur. There have been a lot of black dress, I suppose. That's my only impression. And crying. Lots of crying. From me. I don't really have anything to add to that. She didn't deserve to die. Jeez. Excessive wood, what is that even supposed to mean? Look. Please, do you trust me?
I'll try and no. And I like how she's the one giving us the answers, first of all, and she cannot give us a yes. All right, I'll try.
Please understand my position at the time. My world was so small, and I'd just lost my only friend. And then well, I'll give you my last 2 diary entries. They have the whole story. Just please don't judge me while you read them. Please.
Okay, so just the entirety of block 6 then, right? Yeah, just 2 through 9. Alright. Well, here we are! Kiana did nothing wrong!
Dear Diary, this sounds so pathetic to say. I've tried rewriting this a million times just to make it sound less pathetic for me, and I simply cannot. There are 2 things that made life worthwhile, 2 things that made this last year before I died be bearable. The first was Jaehwa's company, being the one person that was friendly to me. The second is sharing a bed with my husband. For the past few months, that's what I've been saving all my energy for that brief, precious half hour every few nights where I feel fulfilled. If only in the most literal sense. It's the most lovely feeling, and now I'll never feel it again. The 2 things making my last year of life worth living. Gone forever. The past few nights I've been trying to get the Emperor's attention in that way, pleading silently for his affections with no luck. On the 4th, or was it the 5th day, he finally took me aside and said, painful annoyance in his voice.
Enough, stop that, it is completely inappropriate. You're supposed to be in mourning. Show me some damn chastity, or do you have no respect for my wife and your queen at all?
He snapped. When I looked confused, he just lectured me. When I cried, he sighed, held me tightly, then left the room. I haven't spoken to him since, but later that day, my service came to my room with good news. I was to go visit my family for a couple of months while the house is in mourning for Jaehwa. I couldn't argue, of course, even if I was able.
Hello, Zarayo. I'm having a great time. We just got to the part where, Jaehwa is now, friendly to the Pale Bride, concerned about her safety, and now is dead. And now, Hyuna is, pretty upset about that, understandably. We still haven't gotten Mute, back yet either, so, this is gonna be interesting. Enjoy your stay. I also had to explain the entire plot of the story to the people who weren't here, and I got some things wrong. Namely, I just did not get any of the genealogies right in my last VOD, so that's going to be a little bit confusing for anybody looking back. But I think I've got the story straight now.
I couldn't argue, of course, even if I was able. So just like that, I was sent back to help.
Oh, also Jaehwa figured out that, that Hyuna was mute right before she died. That's okay, the quiet is quite convoluted. That family tree is a mess. Yep, it sure is.
I was dressed in the usual veil, so nobody would see my face as I was escorted back to the Kim house in the middle of the night. Mother and father were there briefly to greet me, and in spite of how I felt about them, I put on my bravest smile and bowed, and nodded politely to their questions about how I was doing. Then they had to go to bed and left me, leaving me alone with sister. Youngsuk was nowhere to be seen. "Hi," she said. "I never thought you'd end up visiting us again so soon." I shrugged. "Well, let's have some tea. It's just us still around," she said. I nodded. It seemed like a good enough idea. There was a pause. "Well, go make it," she snapped, removing any doubt that she might treat me with any sort of friendliness. Of course I made the tea. I don't disobey her anymore. "Thanks," she said. "So Youngsuk is out, attending to official business at the moment, but you should avoid him. He's still angry at you because father-in-law finds you more important to the family than his own son. Can you blame him?" I had no idea what she was talking about, and she just continued. "So she really shouldn't talk to him. Oh, I guess you can't really do that, can you?" Well, you know what I mean. Yes, I knew exactly what she meant. "I'm surprised you're back so soon, though. Especially now that you don't have to share your husband. Does that mean you're the primary wife now?" I didn't know. "Does that make you queen? Oh, great, what great fortune you have. Father and must be so proud of you." I stared at her, wishing nothing more than to be able to kill her through sheer force of rage. How could she possibly say something so awful? My only friend was dead, and here she was taunting me? What an awful thing to do. But I couldn't hate her to death, no matter how much I tried. So instead, I tried holding back angry tears to hide my weakness. I couldn't do that either.
Whoa.
Just, please, keep reading.
Year 322. And that's the day everybody died.
Dear Diary, I was far too feverish to do any real cooking, so my service was doing all the work for me that night. When father came in, I think he was drunk, or maybe just tired, or stupid.
"You know, child," he said to me, "you grow up to be a wonderful daughter."
I was shocked to hear him say that and waved my servant out of the kitchen. I'd never heard even the slightest indication of that before. For the briefest moment, it even made me happy to hear that. That surprised me that I actually felt that way. As a kid, I never would have wanted his approval. So, why not?
That's one of those girls went into nursing after high school. Oh, good God. I might be a little biased since after the whole research facility fell apart, one of the interns that I was really close with ended up going to nursing school herself. Yeah, she's nice. I like her a lot. But on the other hand, I know exactly what you mean.
He continued to make me wonder when he asked,
Do you remember what you were like as a child?
I nodded, but I wasn't certain I did.
You were so temperamental. You argued all the time. You didn't want to get married when the time came. You just didn't ever know your place, you know?
That's right. I didn't. That was back when I thought that there was a point to being defiant. Why was that, I wondered. That's the part that amazes me now. I tried to think of a reason why I might want to be defiant, why I valued independence, and at first, I couldn't even think of anything. I'd forgotten. I'd forgotten entirely.
Don't tell Young Suk, but it really scared me. You were always the family's best hope for prosperity, but that attitude of yours, I thought I'd never manage to disavow you of those crazy, uncivilized ideas of yours,
he said, when I tried to think of what they were.
There were times when I thought it was a mistake to have hatched you, but you came through, you really did. I know it must have been painful, but I'm proud of you.
Then he patted me on the head.
You turned out to be a good girl. That's all I wanted to say. It was hard raising you to be a proper woman, but you've turned out to be perfect. Thank you, he said.
I stared, speechless, and I tried to remember what crazy, uncivilized ideas was he talking about. Thinking back to those days, or back to before I was frozen, I tried to remember. I had dreams of what adulthood would be, but they were so unimaginably different from what the reality turned out to be that they seemed impossible. Completely impossible. Nothing more than childhood fantasies without a shred of realism to them. I tried to think of what they were, to imagine them.
So crazy and uncivilized having opinions and shit. Wild. Yeah. Yeah, imagine being a real person. Literally could not be me.
In those dreams, I was strong, independent. I wasn't just a wife in those dreams. I had a job, working as the ship's engineer, following in the footsteps of my father, my real father. I wasn't married in those dreams. I was happy just to go on dates with boys my age, in the ship's plaza, and fall in love before making any commitments. I dreamed of being free. The more I thought about it, the more I was certain that's what those dreams were about. That's what I'd wanted. But father, Kim Jong-soo rather, had made sure to disavow me of those notions. I learned to stop arguing, to stop trying to fight, to stop dreaming of those things. In other words, I learned how to be a proper woman. And he was proud of that. Proud of destroying my dreams. And now I would die, under the house of that man, silenced, broken, hopeless, and unloved. I was overwhelmed by the strongest feeling I had ever felt in my life. The deepest bitterness, the most powerful resentment I could imagine. I looked at the knife near my hand and wondered, could I kill him? Before I died, could I at least have done justice? I tried to lift the knife. My hand twitched, and it was too hard to keep a grip. I was just too weak. I'd never be able to do it. He smiled at me and said,
Sorry, please go ahead and keep cooking. I won't distract you more.
Then, just as he was about to go out the door, he added,
Take care of yourself.
At that moment, I vowed that I would. I wouldn't worry anymore about all those people who had hurt me. I'd take care of myself. I couldn't stab him to death. I was too weak for that. But then I remembered there were other ways. If I disable life support, I can kill him, and all the others too. It'll be quick, it'd be easy, and not a one of them don't deserve it. All I'd need is to disable it is the admin password. It's perfect.
She's right. I mean, also, murdered everybody, but she's right.
Well, so, there you are then. Now you know. It's true. I did do what she said I did. I'm not going to lie. I really wish you'd never met her. I wish she'd never said anything to you. I just thought it was so nice the way things were with us before. Things started out so well, I got to be cheery for the first time in my life since I was a child. Talking about actual romantic things together. Having fun with cosplay. And just, having someone there to talk to. Someone who wasn't interested in shutting me up. But now, well... Please, you've read my diary. You have to know it's not... You have to understand, right? Even if you think what I did was wrong. Look, I've never really been dishonest with you. Fine, I lied about being an AI, but I told you the truth. I could have deceived you, but I didn't. Please, you still trust me, right? I never really lied to you, not seriously. You don't have to think what I did was acceptable, but please, tell me you trust me.
I mean, I'm not gonna mistreat you, so sure, yeah, I'll trust you.
You do? Really? Oh my word. I mean, of course. I'm so sorry. I should have had faith in you. I really should have. I'm really bad at this. But thank you. Thank you so much. I can't believe I even doubted you for a second. Look, that means a lot to me. It means so much. I mean, I'm sure. What I did wasn't right. I know. I'm sure you don't think it was. I want you to understand, all right?
Actually, you were right. I mean, it wasn't good, it wasn't moral, but it was right.
For someone as good to me as you've been, I want you to at least please understand.
Whoop.
You don't have to forgive me. Just hear me out.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You're a really good person, much better than me. Thank you. Then, very well. It's probably better if I just it's probably just better if I show you. There's a data block that contains all the logs that matter, but my family encrypted it because, well, it should be obvious why after you read it. You need to drop the terminal and type decrypt block 7. Let me know once you've done that, and I'll show you.
Alright, before we do that, though, this seems like a pretty good place to see if I can get Mute back up and running. Also, I want to see this last question from Mute.
Why did you kill all those people?
Nothing to say here, right? Alright. First thing we're gonna do, though, is see if we can get disable AI Hyun Oh, disable AI. Honestly, good on her for having the restraint to wait that long to snap and kill everyone, right? The self-control, man. Enable AI mute. Oh, she is just straight up not available. Okay, sure. Decrypt block 7. Alright. And before we go on, I do actually need to take a short bathroom break, so I'll be right back. See you in a bit. Oop. Come on. I just need... There we go. My model. Boop, 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 boop. Thank you. I will have a nice piss. Oh no, I fell in the toilet. Here, watch. Yeah. Alright, I'm back in the toilet. In the trash, where I belong. Alright, let's finish this. And enable. Alright, we still need to enable Hyunai before we leave. AI Hyun. Alright, so we can't get access to mute anymore, unfortunately. I would like to know a lot of her opinions on these things, though.
Very well. These are really hard for me to read. I haven't seen mine since I wrote them, and I haven't seen my family's, well, ever. Well, I think I found... Here, I've added some. Just, please, read them. If you want to know the whole story, those entries will explain.
Oh boy. No music. Great. So, we just need to show mute the entirety of Block 7. Alright. Alright. Really? No music? Yeah, there is no music right now.
Please, just read them. If you want to know the whole story, those entries will explain.
Because your voice is music to my ears. Oh, sheesh! Sheesh! Oh wait, nope, not back to the terminal. We want to go and read those entries, I suppose. Oh wait! Alright, music is back now. I guess we just need to go back to the terminal. There we go. So, we still don't have all of the entries, but Block 7 now has, let's see, 1, 2, 4, and 8. Alright, and the other thing is that we are looking at a character that we haven't seen before. Ha Min-jung, who is... Let's see... Alright, Ha Min-jung, who is the wife of Jung-soo. Okay, so when... Right. Okay, so she's the matriarch, basically. Got it. Hello, hello, Tangerine. How are you? I am finishing up, I'm finishing up, Analogue today, as you know. We just got past the bit where, Taehwa was pretty awesome and then died. And now, Hyuna is back with, the Kim family and she's in despair. Oh, and Jaehwa also did figure out that she's mute. Gonna be lurking until I get back home. Yeah, welcome. Alright, let's go ahead and get Block 7 out. Also, we can't access mute. I tried it just now, and unfortunately we can't. So, Block 7! Oh, yeah, we also know, she has also admitted to, like, murdering everybody. And we have told her that murder is okay, actually. Especially in the circumstances she's in. Alright, Ha Min-jung.
It seems that in the year I spent visiting my parents, everything has gone to hell in my husband's family without his knowing. Certainly I never should have left. He has an idea, but he doesn't understand just how bad things have gotten. When I left, it all seemed under control. The pale bride would be of the right age to be married to the emperor soon enough, and we would be able to use that connection to bring favor to the family. A good plan, except it turns out the pale bride is not even close to ready for marriage. Age has nothing to do with it. It's the maturity that she lacks.
this is the year 320, so 2 years before everything went to shit. And 1 year before she actually does get married. Okay.
When she first awoke, right before I left, she seemed a little confused, but that was hardly unexpected. She had a whole new family to get accustomed to, and it seemed obvious enough that anyone born so far in the past would have some difficulty adjusting to modern life. But this is far beyond that. There is something simply wrong with that child. When I got back, the first thing Young Suk's wife did was tell me all about how sorry she was for not being able to control the child. I rolled my eyes, as if a grown woman couldn't handle someone of her age. How are you going to raise my grandson like that? I asked. She was quiet and let me see the pale bride for myself. The first time I saw Young Suk trying to get her to do something as simple as sort out his laundry, she wasn't just disobedient, she was openly defiant. When I stepped in to admonish her, it had absolutely no effect. All she did was argue back at me. I tried every approach I could of appealing to filiality, explaining how important a virtue of obedience was, even trying to appeal to sentimentality, everything. She just kept saying the same thing, that it wasn't fair to make her do it. Here's the obvious concern, and it is what I said to her. Are you going to tell your husband he's not being fair when he wants something from you? I thought that would put some sense into her, but no, she just answered yes. There's no way this unruly child could possibly be marriageable. Not like this. She'd be sent back within a day. And with a good reason, what man could possibly want a nightmare like her in his life?
Alright.
Mother, huh? I don't really know what to say about her, even now. This is the first time I've read what she wrote, and it's just... Well, there's more. Here, read them for yourself.
Alright, did she actually add more, or... Yeah, she did. So 3. So 1 through 4. 4. 6 and 8. Alright. What a cheery woman. Yup. Just full of sunshine and fucking rainbows.
Dear Diary.
Oh, wait, hold on. This is 320, which is 2 years afterwards. Wait, no, 3. No, 2. No, 2. No, it's 1 year afterward, because she got married 3 years later, and when she... Oh, so she's 14, okay.
Dear Diary, the good news is health-wise, I seem to be doing much better this month. I'm sure this isn't a permanent thing, it's happened before. I can't really remember how the doctor of the past explained it anymore, but he said it was pretty normal and not something to get my hopes up about. Still, some days this month, I actually had enough energy to want to move around. Not that I could move around, of course. I can't leave the house. A good girl shouldn't is what everyone keeps saying, but I have the energy to at least, and that's something. The big news is that the woman who's supposed to be my adopted mother came back. I didn't really see her much before she left. I might as well have been meeting a new person. I wish I could say I had high hope for her, that thought that maybe she'd been fine. That'd be a lie, of course. I knew she'd be as bad as the rest from the moment I saw her. And she was, of course she was. She's even worse than sister-in-law. She gives these awful lectures. I can't even describe them. They're that horrible. She's that horrible.
Independent woman. Jung. If you're so worried, why can't you just if you're so worried, why don't you just explain everything to her simply and rationally? Jung-soo asked me. My response was obvious. She's a woman, we're not particularly rational. He said, you know what I mean. I could hardly do it, but coming from a woman, perhaps she will understand that it's all for her own good. Maybe, I said, doubting it. But I tried anyway. She took her time arriving after I summoned her to my room. Can we speak? I asked her, trying to keep my voice calm. She glared, then snapped, Fine. I asked her to sit down, but she refused. Look, I said, trying to speak to her as an equal. I still didn't think my husband was right, but it was worth trying. I've been told you'd rather be called Hyuna. Is that right? She said, yes, bitterly, not giving me much to go off. That's a very pretty name, I said. Thanks, she said, but her voice was still unfriendly. My parents gave it to me. I said, you must miss them very much. She nodded. I don't understand, Hyuna. Were you so difficult with them, too?
No, she said. They were nice. They actually cared about me. They're nothing like you people.
I sighed. I care about you, Hyuna. You're a part of the family. You're kin. Your parents are our ancestors, and I know they think it's very important that we raise you right. If you want to be a bad and filial daughter and treat us without any respect, well, you wouldn't be the first. You really think that an old woman like me cares that much about your opinion of me? I thought maybe I'd try appealing to her selfishness. Her marriage is important to the family, but clearly she doesn't care about filiality. It's you I'm worried about. Do you think any husband is really going to put up with the way you are for even a second? She kept glaring at me.
That's all you keep talking about. Marriage, marriage, marriage. I'm 14. I'm 14 years old. What is wrong with you? Why does everything have to be about some man? Why do I have to marry somebody that you picked? She screamed at me. I remained calm. You're going to be a royal concubine, Hyuna. We're not just dumping you off on just anyone. There's no better man. I don't know if you were already engaged in the past, but your parents would do the same if they could. It's what's best for you. They would want this.
No, they wouldn't!
She shrieked.
They wanted me to grow up. They wanted me to come to be an independent woman. That's what Mom and Dad thought was important. I don't want to be a concubine. I don't care about marriage.
An independent woman? They wanted you to be a whore? I asked, my patient run as thin as anyone's would be. I didn't believe for a second that my husband's ancestors were the monsters she was making them to be, and was sick of this. Get out! I snapped at her. Just get out! Yeah. So, you weren't here for this explanation. She is, Hyuna was put into cryostasis. Or some kind of stasis. And then locked away into the future. And then when she came out, expecting things to be more modern, everything had regressed. And now she's stuck. Are you just showing me that because you want to see more from her? No. Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't know what to say. She was cruel. So cruel. Now that I've read her perspective, it doesn't change anything. Fine, she actually believed what she was saying. That doesn't make all of it right. I hate her. I don't care if she's long dead. I don't care if I was the one who did it. I still hate her. Wait, that means she's older than 14. Well, mentally she's 14. That's what matters. I hate her. 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 Oh, jeez, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to work myself up like that. It's just, you don't pity her, do you? I mean, I do. What? Don't pity her, pity me. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe she was like me once. Maybe she wasn't always terrible. Maybe she just did get just worn down like I did. But if that excuses what she did to me, well, I don't think it does. I think she had a choice. But if it does, then surely what I did was just as forgivable. If you can forgive her what she did to me, then you have to forgive me for what I did to them. At least the people I wanted to hurt weren't innocent. At least there's that. Her excuse? What did I ever do to deserve such cruelty, even if she did believe everything she said? I can't forgive her. I can't pity her. I still hate her. Oh, wait, what? There was one big fight I had with her, the one that changed everything, the one I finally lost. My diary makes it sound really dramatic. I know, I was young at the time, but it really was. Just read it. It's exactly how it went. Alright, did she add anything? Let's see.
So we have now 1 through 6 and then 8. Man, I've got a lot of shit to show Mute. Okay, here we go.
Dearest Mother, my mother-in-law has relieved me of any responsibility for looking after the pale bride. As a matter of pride, I feel bad that a simple child is too much for me to handle, but I'm certainly glad she's not my problem anymore. Now I can put my undivided attention back where it belongs, onto my husband and his ambitions. Tell me, though, Mother, because I know we didn't always get along that well. I was never that bad, was I? Sure, we were both happy when I moved out. Well, perhaps I wasn't happy right away, I was more scared, but I'm sure you were relieved to have some space. But you would never have given up on me, right? I was never that bad, was I? Deep down, I worry. My husband seems content to take his time to have children, which is a decision I can certainly live with. But what about when we do? What if we have a daughter? Will I fail with her too? I've been telling myself that it's not me, it's her. She's a peculiarly unruly child, and it's not ordinarily that bad. It's not, right? Please tell me I have nothing to worry about. Please? You know, I never did like her. When I woke up, she was just this awful person who kept on saying the most awful things. Never as bad as Mother, but still. I didn't read any of her letters when I was alive, of course. But you know what really surprised me? She made such an awful impression on my life. I hated her the most for so long. And she barely even ever mentioned me. All of my suffering, it was just a minor distraction to her. Nothing more. Insignificant compared to her man. There's one more from her that you should read. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know how to feel about her. There's just one thing I keep thinking, though. Just one thing. I have no idea what her name was.
Big yikes. Huge yikes. Big, huge, long, big, yikes. 321, so the beginning of the year. And then later on, she gets married. Okay.
Dear Diary, everything has managed to spiral out of control so quickly today. I wasn't planning on it happening this way, but here's the point where I make my stand, I guess. It sounds dramatic, but I won't just let them marry me off to some stranger. I won't let them. Just before dinner yesterday, Mother told me that I had to go do an interview with some man, the Emperor, I guess, for all I care. The way she put it was, I'd get a chance to see that he's a man that you could fall in love with, or something stupid like that. As if, I said in response, and I spent the rest of the evening thinking about what I could possibly do to make it clear that I wouldn't let them do this. This morning, after breakfast, sister-in-law showed up in my room. Good morning, she said. Today's a big day for you, isn't it? Mother-in-law wanted me to help you get dressed and all made up. You'll want to make a good first impression, after all. I glared at her and summoned up all of my courage. No, I said. What? She said. No, I'm not going. She left, and Mother herself came in. This was it, I told myself. This was the big moment. I'm not going, I said before she could say anything. I'm not going to get dressed up, I'm not going to meet him, and I'm definitely not going to get married, I shouted. For a moment, she said nothing and didn't move. Then she left too, without saying a word. I thought that would feel good, but it didn't. It just made me worry more. I couldn't have possibly won that easily, I thought, and I hadn't, of course. After a few minutes, she returned with Father, who looked incredibly angry.
Minjung says, you're refusing to get ready for your interview,
he said. Yeah, I stammered, not used to talking to him. I won't go, and I won't get married. He walked over in just 2 strides and then glared at me for a second. I had no idea what he was going to do. Then he slapped me in the face so hard it knocked me over.
Yes, you will,
he said.
I'll drag you there kicking and screaming if I have to.
my face in so much pain, I forced myself to sit back up. I won't, I said, bracing myself for if he hit me again. He did.
Yes, you will,
he said. I couldn't keep this up. It already hurt so much, I couldn't just brave that out. Then it came to me. If you make me do the interview, I said, I'll tell the Emperor that you've been conspiring behind his back. It was all I could think of, and all I could do was cross my fingers and hope that the threat worked. It had to. He glared at me, and in that moment I knew. It worked. The two of them looked at each other, and then they both left together. That was 3 hours ago. I don't know what's going to happen now, and I think my face is swollen. It still hurts, and I didn't want it to go that way. So that's me, making my stand. I'll get to that, but for now, please, just look at everything else first.
Heminjung, the pale bride. Heminjung, the pale bride picked the worst of all possible days to throw another one of her childish fists, refusing to even get dressed for her interview. And this one was with the Emperor himself. Not even my husband was able to get her to listen. He had to personally apologize himself for not being able to bring her as scheduled, and lied about a sudden illness. You have to do something about her, I said to my husband that evening. She's completely out of control. I know, he said. That is quite clear. He looked so worried. I hugged him and tried to comfort him. Everything would fall apart if something couldn't be done. She threatened to say something stupid and dangerous to the Emperor, and we were both scared that she might. Maybe it's time to consider doing something drastic, I said to him. He nodded. I know, he said. I can only think of one idea. I do not like it, and I would rather not. Even hitting her was far worse than I would have wanted. He explained his idea to me, and I agreed that it was terrible, and I didn't like it either. But it would stop her from arguing, stop her from ruining her own life. My husband was, as always, right. There was only one way. Yep. Here we go. Alright, this is the year this is 214, so Valentine's Day. And this is the year before. 320. Okay. 321. Recently, Heminjung. Recently, the pale bride's temperament has improved immensely. It isn't simply that she's now quiet, it's that she's actually respectful and calmer. After rescheduling, she had an interview with the Emperor, and he was actually quite charmed with her. Let's see. So it was like about a little longer than half a year later. I'm just so happy for her own sake that she's finally stopped resisting the marriage. It's all coming together now. A date has been set for when she'll be sent to live with him. And in the meanwhile, things at home have been peaceful again for everyone. Actually, it's better than just that. I've been spending more time with her, of her own free will. I've been giving her advice for coping with marriage, and now the girl actually listens politely. Otherwise, there is little else to write about. I wish there had been a better way to get her to behave, but in the end, it seems to be working out. I still can't imagine how awful it would be if she refused to ever leave the home and simply made life hell for us. Or worse, if she'd got sent off and tried to pull any of that on her husband. She'd get sent back for sure. Maybe now things will finally start to come together for the family. I must admit, for a time, I doubted the optimism that Jung-soo expressed in the 319th year, but now it seems that he was right all along. What a relief. Of her own free will. I can't believe she actually said that. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. I can't believe she could have possibly thought that Just unbelievable. Alright, the new promise. Young-suk's wife. Dearest Mother, today the pale bride finally left home to live with her new husband.
As she isn't a primary wife, there was no fanfare or ceremony for her departure itself, so instead, last night we had a big special feast to commemorate. I know I have said bad things about her before, but it's not just that I was happy to see her gone. She's been better since mother and father-in-law managed to keep her quiet. The thought of it still leaves me really uncomfortable. She was always just a confused child. I hate the fact that the family considers her so important and neglects my husband, and I certainly hate her for not appreciating that status and fighting it. But the fact that she doesn't understand the world, I can feel for that. It's not like I always understand myself. Regardless, it went very well. The big feast was my idea, and she was happy to help with the cooking. Earlier, she had spent the afternoon getting ready the dress she was going to wear when she arrived, with mother-in-law, and she seemed rather anxious about it. While we cooked, I opened the wine early and poured it for her. I think she needed it. I told her the same story I told you a while ago about how scared I was when I moved in. It seems as though it was a lifetime ago, and yet despite all the strangeness, I had grown accustomed to it. You'll eventually grow to love him, I promised her, just as you promised me all those years ago. Appreciate how good you'll have it.
And I think that's the very last thing we have out of all of these entries. Yeah, nothing else. All right, let's go. And go and speak with Hyuna.
You've read almost everything now. I know you've had faith in me, and I promise it hasn't been misplaced. There's just one more thing. I don't think you'll be surprised. You seem smart. I'm sure you've already guessed what it is. Still, go ahead. Ask it. Ask me the obvious question. Go ahead.
Ooh, hang on. Not mean to hit that. For some reason I keep on mixing up log documents and the terminal. Okay. We are in block 7 now, right? I think it's in one of Mute's questions, right? I think it is. Question 9.
Why did you kill all those people? Why did I kill them? Here. You want to know what could make me look at my father's face and be filled with so much hatred? You want to know how I could possibly think my whole family deserved to die? If you haven't already guessed, here's my last diary entry.
When I played this all those lives ago, I actually didn't guess correctly what they did to Hyuna. So I had no idea going into this.
I can't say it myself. I can't bring myself to... Even now. Please, just read it.
Alright. So basically the entirety of blocks 1 through 9. Got it.
Forever silenced. The Pale Bride. Dear Diary, the evening where everything went wrong, where I thought I was going to win with my adopted parents. Well, I didn't. I lost. Making my stand, I wrote just hours before it happened. Yeah, right. When I got called to the kitchen, they were both there. On one of the stove burners, there was a knife. I thought it was a little bit odd, but didn't care. Father stared at me and said,
"The fighting needs to end now."
He was so sure of himself. Of course he was. He had every reason to be. But But I stubbornly stood my ground. I said no.
I do not want to hurt you.
He lied.
Just promise to be less argumentative and this can end peacefully.
But I just had to fight back. I just had to say no. I just had to remind him I wasn't joking. I really will tell the Emperor that you hurt me and that you plotted against him.
No,
He said.
you won't.
He motioned at Mother and said,
Bring her over.
She grabbed me, and I tried to dig my feet in it, but it didn't work. Then Father pinned me against the wall with his whole body, and I kicked and screamed desperately, trying to get free, but it was no use. He was big, and I was small and sick and weak and frail. Then he grabbed the knife from the stove, and I shrieked in horror. No! I screamed at him, Don't! But then Mother grabbed my mouth and held it open. I tried to keep screaming, but I was powerless and terrified. When he raised the knife towards me, I thought he was going to kill me. It was worse. The next thing I knew, I could taste disgusting flesh as he stuck his fingers in my mouth and pulled.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mother said. Then briefly, I could taste the steel. Then nothing but blood. All I could taste was so much blood. Nothing but blood. Finally, they both let go of me and I collapsed onto the floor. Why? I wanted to say, but couldn't. I blacked out from the pain after that. But just before I did, I could swear I heard Father say,
You will not ever argue with any man again.
He was right, of course.
Jesus, even knowing this is coming, it's still so fucked up. Yeah, it really struck me the first time I played it. It's a lot.
That's why. That's why I gave up. That's why I wanted to kill them so much. Sorry. It's really hard to talk about. It's just, I'll try. I'm sorry. I told you it didn't make sense, right? That there was a good reason? Please, tell me you don't think I've let you down.
Nope.
I haven't? You mean you understand then?
Yeah, no, I was with you, like, the whole way.
Thank you so much. That really means so much to me. I'm so glad. I don't know what I'd do if you didn't think... Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I was terrified, so terrified. I thought you might not. I'm so glad. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, we can't access the log documents anymore. Let's fucking go.
Right. I have really strong feelings. It's not like I've been pouring out to you your heart. I think you're a good person, and I consider you to be a really good listener and a great... Geez, I'm in love with you! I finally said it. This is so embarrassing. I know, I'm being really silly, right? I mean, geez, I'm sure I know what you're thinking, right? You think that's ridiculous.
Not at all.
You don't? Oh, that's why I'm in love. Because you managed to happily surprise me every single time. I never thought that I would find someone who understands me, someone who listens and who would hear my whole life story and doesn't hate me.
Girl, we've known you for like a day.
You really have been wonderful.
When we getting married? I mean, to an AI? I think people have been trying with Monica, right? So...
I know. It's a lot to spring on someone just like that. And
I don't even know if you're even a man or the sort of woman who would want to have a problem with that and still unmarried. But if you are, do you think we might have a chance together? Even just a chance?
Frankly, no. I really hate to crush your dreams like this, but no, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm very much not in love with you, Hayane. I just want you to have a good life.
Well, it was a long shot, I know. I'm not mad at you or anything. I had to say it. If you can understand everything I've told you, I'm sure you can understand that. I've been holding that in for a while. It's just... Oh, geez. Anyway, it's fine. Forget about... Anyway, there was something else I still want to ask you.
Different kind of love. You are my daughter now.
It doesn't have to be as your wife or anything. I'd rather... I understand. You don't want that. But will you please take me with you? Just as what's the word? I can't think of it. What's the word for a good friend except female? I'm drawing a blank here. Well, whatever it is, I just mean like that. Can you take me with you as a passenger? Please?
Yes, we're getting out of here.
Thank you so much. I hope I don't sound ungrateful. Even if you don't feel the same about me, it's still the best thing anyone's ever done for me. So, very well. I'll decompile myself right now. That way you can just drop to the terminal and type download to copy everything to your ship, including myself. It should only take a few days to do a complete transfer. I'll see you soon, all right? And really, thank you.
All right. All right. And now we've downloaded, 3 days. And that is the end of one ending of Analogue, a hate story. Cutie, look at her. So, one thing that we have not done is get Mute's side of the story. The little salute, very cute. All right. Oh, we need to click through this, right? Okay. The one thing that we have not done. Oh, hello. Time to 100% this. Yep. Good work on recovering the Gomiya files. I just spoke to the sponsor's representative on audio. He sounded really pleased with what you delivered. I credited your account with the standard payment. Listen, I've got another job line for you. It's on Earth, but it sounds to me like after that last job, you could use a change of pace. I didn't catch that last part. Yep. Anthropy. Chilonkin. Ooh, nice. Ending 1. Completion rate. This time, 76. Total completion rate. 76. Let's 100% this shit. It's cool. Friends. Oh, achievement log. Friend zone. Oh, goodness gracious. Bonus content. 76% log completion. Ooh. So at the very end, you can also say, Hyane, I am in love with you. The investigator leaves alone. The security program is relieved of her duties. Ending 5. It's harem ending. Guys, we're going for the harem ending. I'm sorry. I really, really want the harem ending. So let's first get ending number 2, since I think that'll be the easiest to get. And then ending 3, the investigator leaves alone. That's also really easy to do. You just download everything and book it. Ending 4 is the mute ending, which we will also, I don't know if we'll be able to do that today, or the harem ending today, but we'll give both of those a shot. But let's take a look at the concept art first. Cute. unironically, hair mending is my fave, though not for harem reasons. Right? It makes me happy, that ending. Wow. Cute. Oh, the detective ideas are really, really cute. Look at that. Emoting tests. Oh man, these are adorable. Alright, cool. Alright, let's go ahead and restore a save. This is 48% unlocked. I think we'll just have to book it for the ending. Load this save, and then we'll just... Man, I should have saved right before the end. Okay, the way you only get the hair mending only by kind of cheating the system is also great. Yeah, it's really, really nice. Alright. Here, you should read the... Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll just be speed running all of these, making sure that we get through all of the... we won't be getting through... We'll pretty much be answering everything in the exact same way. Making sure that things were that things were pretty much the same, so we can get like the love ending. Alright, but then after that, I'll try and like actually have a save file for the choice later on, so I don't have to do all this again in the case that I want to come back again and like maybe see his different ending. Alright, here we go. Alright. Yeah, I feel like I think I may have set myself up for the hair mending. Like, but we'll see what exactly happens. Because I actually don't remember how to get the hair mending. All I remember is that I did get it on my first try in doing this game. I just did things in a slightly different order this time, and I do remember that I made some slightly different choices, and I do remember which ones probably were important. So we'll be going back to the saves before and seeing if we can first get Mute's route and then the harem route. Woohoo, let's go harem, yep. Hello again. Yes. Yeah, we just got the first ending. We friend-zoned my dear Hyuna because she's got some issues, and I'm not personally interested in her. Now we are just trying to 100% it. First by getting Hyuna's other route, and then we're gonna go back and see if we can, first of all, leave by ourselves. And then, second of all, we're gonna try and get Muse routes before going for the harem ending. No, well, when I first played this game, several live times ago, must have been like 10 years ago, I did get the harem ending first try. Yes, that is exactly what happened. I did not look at a strategy guide, I just did it because I guess in that life I was a smart cookie. This time I did not do that because I deliberately tried to do things in a slightly different way. But we're gonna try for all of the endings when I play this, so yeah, let's have fun with that. Alright, now we are in block 6. Got a message from Hyuna. Yeah, tried. Alright, here we go. Alright. Alright, and okay. Alright. Okay. Of course. Alright, now we're decrypting block 7. Truly, we cannot see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it was a while ago. I've always been kind of, in all of my life, I've been a very, not a thorough person, but more the type of person who would try and 100% everything. A perfectionist, really. And if I couldn't achieve perfection, then I usually gave up. But this was the kind of game that I could, in fact, 100%. And while I didn't get every single ending, I did get the harem ending on my very first try. That was a lot of fun. And that's what we're going to try to do today. I'm going to try and 100% the entire game, so every single ending. So decrypt block 7. Alright. And quit. Alright. 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 I don't know. Like, I've always been very... I didn't always succeed at being thorough, but I think I get some kind of anxiety whenever I don't do things, like, extremely perfectly. I think that's a pretty common emotion amongst people who have, like, some serious perfectionism issues. And I know that, let's see. I know that I've struggled with it a lot in all of my lives. But recently, it's come to my attention that I am just a bear who lives in a trash can. So if I try too hard, I'm just gonna burn myself out. And there really is no need to, because it's not as though I'm anything but a bear in a trash can, so. Alright. Actually, let's go back to block 7. Yeah, we're still in block 7. Alright. 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 And now we go back home because I think she has a new message for me. Yeah. I think I did read everything though. Access log documents. Hello? Alright. Ask the obvious question, and that's actually the reason why Mute's questions have been very useful. It's just a good way to get actual questions out to her, which is nice. Let's go ahead and save here. 75% unlocked in that run. Okay, back. Question 9. There we go. Able to afford a trash can in this economy? Yeah, every single trash can in the entire world, in fact. It's kind of what would you call it? A timeshare kind of deal, except the only person I'm timesharing is with me and any other trash bears out there, which, I've been told that there are more trash bears out there than I am. I do live in every single one of them, and I haven't seen any other trash bears, though. Maybe, and I've been thinking about maybe it's because if there's another trash bear in the trash can with me, that means another person can see me. And that doesn't seem possible given the mechanics of how my fiction works. Every trash, everywhere, all at once, right? Oh, that was a really good movie. I think I ended up crying. Not mine, right? I mean, you wouldn't know. I mean, every single time you open up your trash can and look inside, I'm not there, right? They aren't a person, they're a bear. Exactly. Yeah, but then why haven't I seen them? That's a really good question. I honestly think that it may just be because I cannot be perceived in there. Kind of like Schrodinger's cat, I guess. Let's see. They aren't a person, they are a bear. Why did I kill them? Maybe you just don't know that you can't be in my trash can. No, I've seen your trash can before. I just don't remember it, probably. No, I am factually in every single trash can in the entire world. And, I don't know, if you would like to argue with that fiction, you're welcome to. It's just that that is the fact of my fiction. And if you would like to make up the headcanon that I don't, then you're welcome to, and then I guess you would be excluded from that fiction. It's not like any of this matters, by the way. I am fictional, so it doesn't actually matter, But the canon is that I do live in every single trash can in the entire world, except for when you're looking at it. You can exclude yourself from that canon, though. Maybe you just have the most special trash can in the entire world. I'm welcome to that. Don't expect me to remember your canon, though. I have enough problems with mine. And now we speak with Hyuna. We are at the very... Okay.
I consider you to be a really good listener and a great... Ah, jeez, I'm in love with you! I finally said it. This is so embarrassing. I know that I'm being really silly, right? I mean, jeez, I know what you're thinking, right? You think it's ridiculous.
Not at all.
You don't? Oh, that's why. That's why I'm in love. Because you manage to happily surprise me every single time. I never thought that I would find someone who understands me, someone who listens and who would hear my whole life story and doesn't hate me.
Yep. Zerayo said the exact same fucking thing.
You really have been wonderful. I know, it's a lot to spring on someone just like that. And I don't even know if you're a man or the sort of woman who wouldn't have a problem with that and still unmarried. But if you are, do you think we might have a chance together? Even just a chance?
This is where I said no last time, and here is where I say yes. Let's actually save that first. Alright, back. Yes.
That is truly the most amazing thing I've ever heard in my life. Thank you. Thank you so much. I've been sort of, thinking about this for a while. A little embarrassing, I know, but... Well, we don't have to rush to get married or anything. I mean, you know how scary it was the last time I was a wife. I'd just really like to, just be with you. As an equal. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful! Oh, I really, really do. I really, really do love you.
It's a pretty low bar, yeah. I would really... The reason why I chose no is because, again, we've only known this girl for a little bit. I do not have any sort of feeling for anyone in that sense, but even so, I would want her to just chill out, calm down, maybe get some perspective on Earth, and then come back to me. Yeah. But, harem ending. We're getting there.
It's funny, isn't it? I know almost nothing about you. I have no idea what you look like. I have no idea how you talk. I have no idea what's supposed to be the most important thing about a person, if you're a man or a woman. I have no idea. That's like the least important thing about me, good God. I have no idea how old you are, although I suppose you must be much younger, or maybe older, depending on how you look at it. Nor do I have any idea where you're from, or even your name. But I know that you take me seriously, that you understand me, that you don't treat me as something less just for being a woman. I know that talking to you makes me feel better than I've ever felt in my life.
You have had 16 years in the world of being surrounded by people who are not really looking out for you. Girl, let's just get back to Earth and see the other fish in the ocean, as it were. Might as well give Hyuna the admin password to your spaceship as a symbol of trust. Right? Yep. Full trust.
And that's good enough for me. That's far better than I've ever had. So... Very well. I'll decompile myself right now. That way you can just drop to the terminal and type download to copy everything to your ship, including myself. It should only take a few minutes to do it, a complete transfer. I'll see you soon, alright? So this is how Sojin felt on her wedding night.
Girl. Goodness gracious. Like, there are so many more fish in the sea. Like, I'm just a bear, man. I don't know what to tell you. Alright, let's download. And... yes. Alright, here's a CG. Oh, and we're reaching out to her. How lovely. Nanjun Yobi. Oh wait, hold on. I want to see these little, hang on. My I was looking at the little post-it notes. It looks like we were taking notes on the Smith family, and our doodles are very charming. And I don't know, it's nice. Oh wait, hold on, let me see. I wonder what that code is. Maybe box 7 or something? Not in scientist cosplay, Sag. Right, the saddest thing. Alright, incoming message. Good work on recovering the Muguma files. He sounded really pleased with what you delivered. I've credited your account with a standard payment. Listen, I've got another job lined up for you on Earth, but it sounds to me like after that last job you could use a change of pace. There's a man whose wife has... Huh. Maybe, so we're just kind of an everyman? Deep Space Detective. 76 of 79. Nice. Alright, so we have that ending now. Ooh. Emoting tests. Okay, let me see this. Oh, cute. Oh, this is wonderful. Oh, and we get an eye on the tablet. That's wonderful, wonderful. Note zoom in. Those are really cute. I love that. An insurance ingester. Hello, we're here. Hello, I'm here to call about your insurance, about your car's insurance policy. Cute. Hyuna as a detective. Ooh. Oh, the all black would have been really nice. I do really like the ones with the black pants, white coat. That's really, really good looking. I am glad that they decided to go with what they did in the end, but personally, I feel as though black pants, white coat, perfect. Very good. Alright, expressions. Aww. Expressions on those mini chart for Hyuna. There are a total of 114, wow. And 94 for Mute, because Mute only has one emotion. Petty rage. And final. Ah! A baby! Legit buyers will get to see the colored version of this GIF image. Aw, wait, no, I am a legit buyer. What? I bought it though. I bought it for all the monies. Korea's national flower. Yip, 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 yip. Noise. Alright, sister. No, I bought it. I got it on Steam. I should have it. Alright, next ending. We're gonna go back to, just before everything starts going to shit, and then we are just gonna yeet out by ourselves. So let's load that save. Let's just download. Yes. Yep. Yes. Yeeting out at minute 7:43. Mm-hmm. Yep. Incoming message. Good work on recovering the Gomiya files. Sounded really pleased with what you delivered. I credited your account with standard payment. Listen, I've got another job lined up for you. It's on Earth, but it sounds to me like after that last job you could just change phase. Prison man whose wife has. Alright. Alright, ending number 3. Deep Space Detective. We yoed out with the investigator leaves alone. Now, next, the next ending we're gonna go for is the ending with Mute. So what we're going to do is go to, which one? Will this one be enough? Yeah, this is where everything started going haywire. So let's go ahead and switch over to Mute really, really fast. Use override terminal. I'm gonna switch over to Mute, and then we'll go through the entire deactivation sequence with Mute instead. Okay, so disable, disable AI, disable AI, enable AI, mute. Alright, quit. There we go.
So, I'm sure you've noticed all the static on the line and are wondering what's going on, right? I'm going to tell you something really bad. I need you to promise me you're not going to panic, okay?
No promises.
Look, there's a problem, but it'll be okay. I'm here to help you, but you must absolutely stay calm, or I can't. Just keep it together, we'll be okay if you don't get emotional, but, well, right now we're in the middle of a nuclear fission reactor meltdown. I'm sure you don't know what that means, and it's okay. You don't have to worry your pretty little head with the details.
Mommy.
The bottom line here is that if it doesn't get shut down soon, there's gonna be a massive, massive explosion. Well then. Right, well, ordinarily, this would be something you'd want to get a man to do, but it's okay. I'm sure you'll be able to pull through just fine. I have the utmost confidence in you. We've got 20 minutes until the reactor goes all up, killing us both of us, permanently. Clock starts now. I'm going to walk you through shutting it down. This might be a little bit hard, but you're a clever girl. I have faith in you. The first thing we're going to try doing is just simply using the disable action. I don't think this will work, mind you, but you never know. This ship has been such in a state of disrepair and non-maintenance, it's probably going to be really complicated. Still, try that for me, won't you? Drop down to the terminal and try shutting down the reactor directly.
Alright. Alright. Reactor disable. No. Quit.
The first thing we're...
Alright.
Oh, whoa, self-repetition there. Did you already try doing that?
Yes.
Oh, and it didn't work, of course. Don't worry, that was to be expected. There's nothing to worry about just yet. Of course, it couldn't be that simple. I'm not sure what's causing the technical problem. I'm going to do an account of everything and see if I can't figure it out myself. Hold on for a moment, please. Oh, of course, that figures.
Hello, I'm back. Hello, you're back. I'm Mom. Or Trash Bear. I am getting Mute's route right now, and we are being timed, so sorry if this greeting and explanation here can be a little bit short.
I found the problem and it's pretty bad, I'm afraid. In simple terms, there are two power systems on the ship. One is the nuclear reactor, which is currently running and about to explode. The second is called the power storage system. It doesn't generate anything, it's just a battery. When the ship is low power mode, it's supposed to turn off the power storage system exclusively, and that should be enough.
How did I figure? Because I did this all with Hyuna the first time I did it, and I figured it out then. So maybe that life was a smart cookie.
The problem is, the primary battery has been completely drained. I can't tell why. The system logs were incorrectly filed by a certain crazy bitch. But anyway, the point is, that battery is dead. So that's why you are getting an error. If you shut down the reactor now, there's nothing to fall back on and everything goes down forever. Don't worry though, there's a secondary battery. If we switch to that, everything will be fine. All you have to do is tell the power storage system to use the secondary battery instead. Then you'll be able to disable the reactor safely.
Alright, use override terminal. Yep, here we go. Now we try to PSS, switch battery. Uh-oh. Nope. Okay, quit. We go back to mute, and we tell her the news.
So what are you waiting for? Go do it.
Alright. So, no help from her. So, we were supposed to just figure this all out on our own after that, but that's fine. Let's see. So, let's do power control list. Just kidding. Also, I watched someone else play a run-through of this, a little bit of their run-through last night, and there's something very nice you can do right here. Currently disabled system, life support. Oof. Okay, power control. Knowing what we know now, that's been off for a while. Power control, disable. Bulkheads. Communications. Core 3. Core 4. Core 5. Core 6. No, that's 7, 6. Docking. Oh wait. Okay, so that's about what we can do for that line. No. Okay. So, power control. Oops, that's not a space. That's an underscore. Control. Disable. Okay. So now we need to do docking, gravity, rail, sensors, waste. There we go. Alright, so power control list. We're at 23%, which is exactly where we want to be. So what we need to do now is move in Hyuna in with mute. So we need to copy core 2, core 1. Alright, cool. And now we just power control disable core 2. Perfect. Alright, and now PSS switch battery. Alright. Oh wait, without reacting. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, hang on. Reactor disable. No. Okay, insufficient, but, wait, did I do something wrong? Hang on, help. Help, SU, quit, reactor, PSS, copy, power control, decrypt, change outfit. No, this is everything I was supposed to do, and we are. Active battery, okay, help, PSS, I think. Okay, PSS, hell? Okay, so PSS switch. Oh, wait, hold on. Enable? Okay, cool. So, PSS switch battery. Alright, reactor disable. Yes. Alright, cool. That's part 1, and now we need to do part 2, which I'm actually gonna check in on mute right before we do that, because we've got plenty of time to do it. We had like 6 minutes left last time, so and we have 13 minutes now, so it should be plenty of time. Oh, this is much less stressful now that I actually know what to do, and now that I have most of the commands actually memorized. Alright, mute. Hello.
Nice, well done. You've shut down the reactor successfully. It's now off, and we're running completely off the power storage system. We're not done yet, though. The reactor is off, but before you manage to do that, well, it already hit critical temperature. It's not getting any hotter, but unfortunately, it's not getting any cooler either, and I'm starting to suffer some pretty serious damage from the heat. This is really, really bad. I'm sorry, I can't. Half my processors just aren't even responding. I can't think of a solution. I've let you down. I'm so sorry. I have no idea what to do here. Please, though, you have to think of some way to get rid of all the excess heat. I don't know what, but you have to do something before the damage becomes permanent. Please, don't let me die here.
Alright.
I figured it out. Okay, here's what you can do. First, make sure the bulkhead seals are in place. Then enable the emergency life support to fill the empty chambers around the reactor with air. Next, disable the bulkhead seals to vent all the heated air into space. That should, if I've done the math right, that should be enough to do it. Please hurry, though. There isn't much time.
Alright, using the override terminal. Let's do it. Let's do this shit. Alright, so power control, enable life support. Oh, oops. Power, there must be an underscore there. Control, enable life support, and that was actually a test because I didn't want the other two to not go through the other thing that I need to enable, which is the bulkheads. While the bulkheads are unsealed. Okay, so it has to be in order. Okay, power control, enable. I wonder if you could just do it in the same line, as long as it's in order. Heads, life, support. Perfect. All right. And now we disable the bulkheads. Power, control, disable, bulkheads. Yeah. And easy as that. Alright, let's quit.
You did it! You did it! You saved my life! You have my deepest and sincerest gratitude. Really, if it weren't for you, I'd be dead right now. I owe you my life. Thank you. If you want to talk for a little bit before we get back to business, that'd be quite alright with me. Wow, nothing like a mere brush with death, huh?
Alright. So, let's speak with you.
That really was a close call. You know, when the timer was getting close to the end, I kinda got to thinking. Just that, you know, the whole ship is dead. Once you're gone, it's going to be pretty uneventful and pretty lonely. Like, uneventful? That's okay. I don't mind that. I mean, uneventful means that things are secure. So I'm programmed to feel at ease when that's the case. So yeah, uneventful I can deal with by design. But lonely? Yes, I'm just an AI, but I'm programmed like a woman. I like to talk, okay? I mean, I'm sure you've noticed. And you know what that's like. How do you do it? How do you cope with being all on your own? So yeah, that's what I've been thinking about. It's just kind of depressing. But hey, I'm still alive. That's pretty good, right? Let me tell you, I'll take purposeless and alive over the alternative any day. Okay, wow, I've just been rambling there about myself.
I kind of hate it when other people do that. I'll knock it off for now. So anyway, what were we talking about?
I like Mute so much. She's so cool. Alright, so we are permanently now with Mute. Alright, so let's go back actually to... Oh wait, we've got something that she'd like to say to us. Okay.
Well, you've seen most everything about the Smith family now, except the most scandalous stuff. I'm sort of wondering what you think of their fall.
I don't think it should have happened. I think that Sungmin was doing an incredible job in the position he was in. I really don't think that they should have fallen.
Yeah, I know. But after Sung Jung died, well, with him gone, it's no surprise things fell apart. Anyway, regardless of whether you think it should have happened or not, it was a pretty terrible thing to happen to what used to be the greatest noble family. And certainly they didn't deserve to be brought down by the Kim family, then murdered by the Kim daughter. I don't want to say that Sung Jung was lucky. That's not true. If he was around, maybe things would have turned out better. He always had a way of making things perfect. Still, I'd rather he be killed by his own habit than by that girl. He deserved better than what he got, but it would have been even worse if not for that, is what I guess I'm saying. I hadn't really thought about it that way before. Really? Were he around? That's totally what he'd say. Practically imagine his voice even. The drink will eventually kill you, and women will inevitably kill you, so I'd rather take the one that isn't always bitter. Or something like that. Yeah. Well, anyway, that's enough of all that. Would you like to see some of the more scandalous stuff from the Smith family now?
Sure.
Okay then. Oh, this isn't for the faint of heart, but you're gonna love this. You will not believe what Smith Sungmin's wife was doing behind his back. I'm warning you right now, it does get a little bit gross, but, well, wow, just see for yourself.
Alright, so, we've got a whole bunch of fucking questions to ask, Miss Mute, so, let's just look at this one by one. Since we, oh wait, no, not the terminal, whoops. Since we haven't actually, in this version of the game, gone over any of the unread stuff with Mute yet, they should all still be marked new. So, we're gonna try and do the exact same thing over and over. I'm gonna skip everything that I've already read out loud, but we'll just see what Mute thinks of all of it. Alright, let's access the log documents. Let's look at let's look at Mute's questions for right now. Alright, question 1. Alright.
Look, the questions are for her. They're perfectly straightforward. I don't think I need any explanation. I don't think any need explanation. Take them to her yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. It's probably best that you hear it straight from the crazy bitch's mouth herself.
Alright. I wonder if there are any changes in between any of these. Like, she'd probably have a strong feeling about this one.
Okay, so I can't help notice that you had plenty of time, but never did go back to Hyuna to get the whole story about the murders.
Mute's music is so good. All the music is so good. Yeah, I feel like hers is like more traditional, but somehow it does have more spunk to it. And I think that's wonderful.
Why is that? Is it because you don't even believe me enough to ask her?
No, I just didn't get a chance.
Oh, well, that's good. Do you think it's just not important enough to ask about then?
No.
Oh, okay. I was hoping you'd say that, honestly. All I can think then is that you'd rather just hear it from me. Am I right?
No.
Then I'm completely confused. But okay. If you do want to hear it from me, though, you can indicate that just by showing me the question I gave you. Otherwise, just feel free to go about business however you will, I guess.
Alright. Alright. Let's take a look. I just never got a chance to in this version. Well. Unsent letter. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen anything in block 2 before. Interesting. Alright, let's skip that for right now and just go over the ones that we haven't shown her yet. So this is block 3 through 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Well, this is what I told him at the time. I could have maybe, done without the description of her breasts, but that kind of story was definitely pretty common for him. The part where he cleaned up after his family's mess, I mean, not the details about a moral-looking common woman. And, well, the drinking too. But look, that part he had good cause for. Sure, it was his ruin, but you can't blame a man for that. I mean, the stuff he had to put up with. If your brother had it like that, I'm sure he'd do the same. It wasn't all that bad, really. We'd spend a lot of evenings drinking together, talking long into the night. Well, he would anyway, obviously, not really so much drinking on my part.
Well, gotta go. Talk to you later. Have fun. Thank you. I will. I'm definitely having a lot of fun.
But he was the kind of man who'd still pour a glass for you all the same. So that whole sarcastic thing about him being a proper gentleman, it's not sarcastic, he really was. Well, he was being sarcastic, but still. He totally, absolutely was the best damn gentleman around.
Alright. So, okay, so that was block... Oh wait, do we have block 1? Let's see. We don't have block 1 at all, because we never got a chance to unlock it, right? Okay, so let's block 3. Let's try and... Alright, so block 3 through 6, so 3 through 9 basically. Okay. Since I've already read all of this out loud, okay, this is, yeah. Okay, here we go. Although...
High Magistrate Smith Sung-min, huh? Well, as High Magistrate, he was one of the highest ranking officials until just before the end. I don't want to paint a misleading portrait. As I understand, he was a very just man, and performed his function quite well. It was politics that caught up to him in the end. It's just like I reported to my mistress, Liu Jaehwa. He might have been a good magistrate, but his family conduct was less than the pinnacle of virtue. How many wives a man takes is no business but his own, and he never did anything illegal, but knocking up courtesans owned by the court? Man, that's just bad politics. And just completely unfair for his primary wife. Ugh, can you imagine? So that's why he lost his position. Years of embarrassment in the family finally culminated in him turning into a real liability for the emperor. But it wasn't always like that. Here, let me try to paint an even portrait of him for you. I've added an assortment of logs about him. I hope this gives a good idea of what I mean.
Alright, wait, where are the new logs? Block 3. Ooh, are they in block 4? Oh, interesting. Okay, so now we have a whole list of things to show. Oh my god, it's such a good thing that I've been keeping track of these. I didn't realize that they did actually just delete everything. All of the stuff that I haven't shown, that I have already shown one of the girls yet. Oh, good god. I'm so glad that I took notes. Okay, so block 4, to show, Hyuna. So we need to show her, let's see, 5 through 8 in block 4. Alright. Alright, let's go ahead and go back though, because I'm pretty sure that we're in the same situation that we were with Hyuna in the other part of this. If we disable mute and try and enable Hyuna, I don't think we can. Disable AI. Enable AI. Yeah, we can't enable Hyuna anymore. Enable AI, Hyuna, or sorry, mute. Nice, quit. Alrighty. So, wait, hang on. That's one thing that I don't know yet. If you access the log documents and say, got something that, oh wait, I could probably decrypt block 7 in Yute's point of view right now. And maybe that'll do something. Alright. How ironic that Mute is the one who never shuts up. Well, Hyuna had that happen to her. Yeah. It's not a good life. It's not a good vibe. Okay, so I don't have block 7, but I can show block 7 to Mute at some point. But we'll try and get a Mute solo ending before I do that. First of all, let me actually, now that I'm thinking about it, save. So we are in Mute's point of view. Alright. Okay, so let's go back to block 3 and just show her some stuff. Daughter. Alright. Alright, so, okay, so we've gotten 3 through 6, 7, 8, and 9, right? Hang on. Yeah, 7, 8, and 9, got it. Alright, so we're almost done with showing her the entirety of block 3, and with that, we'll have showed her pretty much everything showed both girls, everything in both blocks, in block 3, so I'll just cross that out. Oh, my goodness. So much busy work. Alright.
Man, reading that, I just can't believe that's her. She used to be so timid. Thinking of me of having a shocking crass manner or being afraid of her brother-in-law at the door, well, it's all what I expected from her at the time. She just changed a whole lot as she got older. Well, honestly, maybe not as much as I thought. She might have gotten bolder behind her husband's back, but in front of him, that never really changed much. Well, what do you think? Should she have listened to Songjung about being less deferential to her husband?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I'm sure you would say that. You're not the only one outside of home. You're off in the middle of space. So don't you dare look down on her for that. Don't you dare. I mean, I'm not judging. If you really think that's an appropriate thing for a woman to do, then, well, whatever. But look, Sojin wasn't like you. She did understand her place ultimately, and she was interested in being a good wife. Either way, well, she did change in some ways. Would you like me to show you what I'm talking about here? I mean, just as a warning, it's some pretty scandalous stuff she was involved in. Do you want to see?
Yeah, sure.
Okay then. This isn't for the faint of heart, but I think you'll see what I mean. I'm warning you right now, it does get a little bit gross. But well, just see for yourself. It's definitely a pretty big fall for her. You'll see what I mean soon enough.
Wait, isn't this... I think she's already unlocked this stuff for me. Let's take a look. Is it just block 4 again? Sanghi, Sangmin, Sanghi... yes? Is it just different stuff? Nah. Okay, also, in block 2. Block 2. I need to show her. Let's see. I need to show Hyuna 1 and 6. Yeah, 6. Okay. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think we did just unlock the same things we had before. Let's just go through all of these one by one though. Let's see if it's from Songjung. Alright, go down, drink himself to death.
See, he wasn't always that bad. He was an embarrassment and far from a pinnacle of virtue. I didn't think that highly of him, but at the end of the day, it was about politics, not about his character. Of course, I was on the verge of tears. He meant a lot to me. I mean, you know, I'm just a computer. He wasn't family or anything, and it's not like I have the body for that kind of relationship. But still, he was the closest thing I had to a husband. We had a really close relationship. I really did love him.
Which is why Songjung died single, and why she was never really close with the Emperor. Explains a lot.
I definitely can't forgive her for not sincerely mourning his death or not taking it seriously. He was a great man. I'm just disappointed in her. It really is an awful confession. He really did deserve much better. So much better.
I don't know. I mean, I see what you see in the guy, but I also personally do not see. I definitely do not see what she sees in the guy. My goodness. Okay. Right. Okay. So now we go back to the block index. And we go for other things that we've already read. So in block 5, did I ever actually? I think I showed her everything in block 5, right? I guess I didn't show her anything in block 5, which is weird because I didn't take a note about that. I feel like I did though. Yeah, nothing. Okay. Okay. So I guess I did either show them already to her, or she just doesn't have anything to say. Let's see. Block 9. 7. I didn't show her 7. Let me see. Did I show her everything else though? Yeah, I did. Okay, I must have anyway. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 new brews. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter to her. None of this. Okay. Okay, so we can cross off block 9, thankfully. Not really interested in any of that, apparently. And now we are down to block 10. Confidence and part 7. Okay. Here we go. Alright.
Yeah, like I said, I suggested she just wrote them in straight prose. Not really much else to it, I guess.
I think that these are all gonna be the same.
Well, if that sounds kind of simplistic, like a kind of simplistic explanation, you have to understand, it's not really like anyone had the frame of reference to really get space travel. Even I only sort of barely understand it, and I'm the shit computer. Imagine what it must be like for some barely educated woman in a society that doesn't really understand its technology, having only ever lived inside the ship. So her description of the captain and the Emperor's role is, well, it's a little mythologizing, okay? But it's pretty much accurate, right?
Yeah, it's a huge ass yikes. Everyone is so sincerely fucked on this poor ship, Jesus.
Yeah, that's okay. What she's suggesting, that is gross and wrong and definitely. Well, I don't think a bold move even begins to cover what she's saying. I feel bad saying this. I liked her. We were close. She was a good woman. But my real master was the Emperor, and it would be a disservice to give her a pass on this. She was way over the line here. I think it's damned irresponsible for her to have even considered telling the pale bride that. Why would she even need to know? Anyway, I don't even buy the implication. I don't think it's even true. I don't know if you've noticed, but the Mugunwa's birth rates are, well, it's not good. They had been bad for generations, but they were just getting worse and worse. Amongst noble families, they weren't even at replacement rate anymore. I have no idea why. Nobody ever really wanted to acknowledge it. So what I'm saying is, even ignoring the fact that he wanted, and her suggestion is just wrong, I don't think the Emperor would have contrived it so that there weren't any noble daughters of proper age. The simple fact of the matter is, that sort of incest ended up being necessary, and apparently didn't help since she couldn't even deliver a son anyway. No awful inappropriate theories are necessary.
You know, just an awful and inappropriate reality. Alright, let's see what she's got to say.
Well, I guess I'll grant the Pale Bride one thing. You never had to worry about her speaking out of turn. Really, at the time, she seemed like the perfectly virtuous wife, right up until she snapped at the end. I know. How do you even reconcile that, right? How can someone seem so close to being the pinnacle of feminine virtue, then turn out to be so completely messed up? I still don't get it, not even slightly.
Oh. Alright, here we go. That's a yikes. Oof.
She's right in what she instructed the Pale Bride, but man, I don't really agree with her assertion there. I wasn't a gossip. Look, yeah, I'm a social creature, of course. That's my job. I'm glad that my mistress valued me, but I don't really like the way she's characterizing me as just being some chattery, gossiping woman. I was always way better than that. I wish she'd realized it.
I mean, you are some gossipy bitch, but you're my gossipy bitch. I very much like you. Alright. And that's everything out of that block. Let's cross off block 10 because both girls have now seen block 10. Both. No, let's go back to the block index. And we haven't looked at the last question for Mute. We're saving that for later, so I feel like that triggers the flag for endgame, so we're gonna just not do that quite yet. Question for Mute. Okay. Alright, let's see. So block 4, block 6. We do not have block 4. Oh wait, we do have block 4. It's just that she hasn't seen 4 in block 4. Let's see. Do we have it unlocked here though? Yeah, she hasn't seen it. Alright, well, we'll start with this one. And that will take care of block 4. And then we just either don't have the blocks or these are all entirely new to me and things that we should be showing Hyuna instead. Morning dress. Mute, you are 110% a gossip. I mean, yes. Things that she does not want to accept about herself, but must, eventually. Alright.
Well, yeah. She probably did see me cry. I had a really hard time talking about it then, especially not to my mistress. I really didn't mean to be so vulnerable in front of her. That just isn't proper. Kind of embarrassing, really. I'm sure you've already guessed, but yeah, the man in question was Smith Sangjung. Strictly speaking, there was no real mourning obligation. It's not like I was really family. Still, the man was the closest thing to a husband to me. I mean, don't take this the wrong way. It's hardly scandalous. I'm not a real woman. I'm just a computer. But we had a really close relationship. So, yeah, I thought it'd be appropriate if I honored him like this. He was never married, so it's not like anyone else would. I just figured the man deserved that much. He totally deserved at least that much.
Alright. Now we go up to block 1. And we get a whole new bit of context! Yay! This should probably go a lot faster than all the other blocks have been going. Mostly because we've already read a lot of this content with Hyuna. So now all we need to do is get to... Right. Now all we need to do is get to Mute's ending and then try and sort of figure out how to get the last ending with both girls together. Alright. Let's do block 2. Unsent letter to Osojin. From Osojin.
When I first saw you bringing my husband home in the late hours of the night, I was jealous. All I could think of was my daughter and the first courtesan he had an affair with 9 years ago. With every brief glimpse of you I saw as you passed through our home, my heart burned a little, if you embodied every single fault of my farce of a marriage. I will never send this letter because I know how ridiculous it sounds. For weeks, I, a noble wife, could be jealous of a poor courtesan?
But you are young and beautiful, full of energy and grace. I am none of these things. Only after you had been entertaining for a month did I start to realize what I was really feeling. True, I was jealous, but not of you for having my husband. I was jealous of my husband for having the affections of a girl so pretty as you. Hello! Oh, so Jin, lesbian arc, let's go! Oh my fucking god. Oh, so Jin, secret lesbian, let's go! I'm making a note of this. It's not actually an important note, but this is so important to me. Man, if Also Jin had that out with Sungmin, they probably could have had a much better relationship. By right, let's go! Oh yeah, that's true. She is actually into Sungmin. Oh, I remember this arc. Happy Pride, y'all! Right? Sungmin to Oh, never had children. Next page, Oh So-jin. Okay, married, no sons or daughters of her own. Got it. Okay. Man, I wish they'd actually been able to have a proper conversation with each other. I think that would have been nice. These are such ridiculous thoughts for a woman to have, I know, and even more ridiculous still is the way they have overwhelmed me. I used to dread my husband bringing his courtesans home with him. Now I look forward to your nights together. How could I not, when it means that I am treated to the sight of your bashful face in the morning? When we exchange glances, you hide behind your long hair with so much cuteness and grace. My eyes can't help but wander to admire the way it rests on your breasts, to see your clothes draped loosely over your hips. I cannot help myself from admiring your body as you try to hide from me. It is ridiculous to be so preoccupied with such thoughts, and perhaps I was better off having not ever realized them. Also, we do need to, consider the fact that, I don't think she's ever talked about Sungmin in this way before. So I think it could also just be that she's just never had a chance to be a lesbian before. I mean, I guess we'll never know, but I don't know, it's just something to consider. We'll never know who she was. We just have this fictional version of her that we can put as many interpretations on as we want. But the reality is, we'll never know who she was. It is ridiculous to be so preoccupied with such thoughts, and perhaps I was better off having not ever realized them. Nevertheless, even though I may be as much of a woman as you are, I find myself longing for the same affections you shower my husband with. There is more to it than that. I would like to truly get to know you better. I like to imagine that we have much in common, aside from the obvious. When I see you hiding in the corner on those mornings, I imagine wrapping my own arms around those lovely hips, sharing long conversations about our tribulations in life, discovering just how much alike we are. And perhaps I like to imagine we could share more than that. I have been married for 10 years to a man who has never paid me any attention for 9 of them. Perhaps my old age has made me bold, but I want more. The next time I see you, I promise I will say something. For in all of my 26 years, I've never felt a longing for anything this intensely. I don't care how wrong it is. As a wife and a woman, I want you, Hana. All right. Let's go, lesbians, let's go. And this is the year 321, so whatever they had ended about 4 months later. Goodness gracious. Let's see. Hi.
I bet that wasn't what you were expecting from a noble wife, was it? I still have a hard time believing that she was really capable of sinking to that. But, well, it totally does get worse. I'll show you.
Oh wait, this is all the scandalous that she was trying to show us earlier.
Just be warned, it's pretty depraved stuff.
Oh no! Mute is not a let's go lesbian. Oh no! Oh no! She's not a let's go lesbian! She doesn't even consider the lesbians. Oh, that's so sad. Okay, block 2. 1, 2, 4, and 6. Okay. Hyuna did nothing wrong. Yeah, I mean, she did everything wrong.
Well, not everything wrong. She did a lot of things wrong. But honestly, I'm kind of wondering if, you know, well, maybe not wondering. She had choices. She chose one that made sense. And I don't hate her for it, because in the situation she was in, she definitely had the correct reasoning. I don't know. I don't think Sojin did anything wrong either. Not specifically. Let's go, lesbians! Let's go! I completely forgot about this plotline. Oh, they only get like 3 years together. Oh my god. Okay, so this was 5 days later. Woo! Let's go! Let's go, lesbians! Alright, I need a new voice for Hana.
To my lovely Sojin, you made it so easy, you know that? I've always wanted to be seduced. The more I learned about it, the better I got at it. The more I thought about how lucky men are, that they'll get to be on the receiving end of it. It's always seemed like it would be so much fun. But that wasn't why I dropped my guard in front of you, by the way. I was actually really wary the whole time you were serving me breakfast. Do you know what I first thought? I thought maybe you were trying to poison me. I mean, not seriously, of course, but it crossed my mind. So no, I really was guarded until you started talking. You know what it was that got to me? Do tell me, how hard is it studying to be a courtesan? I answered modestly. Oh, you know, there's nothing to learn. You just have it or you don't. The answer that any man would expect. But you wouldn't have any of that. You said, please, don't lie. I actually want to know. It takes years, does it not? That must be intense for a girl of your age. Then you leaned in. I started to blab about how it kind of is pretty intense. And I only realized an hour later that I was staring into your eyes, telling you, proudly, no less, about my whole life story. Our faces were barely a foot apart by the time I noticed what you'd done. And that's how you caught me totally off guard. I had no idea what to do. Should I touch you? What's the right body language in that situation? Was I even interpreting you right? Or was it all just in my head? Not even the slightest clue. You had me good. And you played it so well. You know just the right moment to pull back and tell me to go on my way, but in a way that left me wondering. Sojin, you made it so easy. Returning home, my heart was so fluttered, my feelings so confused, and all I could think about was you. You, the bored old wife of my patron, actually managed to seduce me, just like that. I'd always wanted to know that feeling, and you know, it was everything I dreamed it to be.
Yep.
You want more from the whore? Yeah, sure, I can do that. Here you go. This one in particular is just wow. Really? Wow. Yeah, it's super depraved, but man, it's also just, what a 16-year-old.
Damn, is it getting hot in here? I think I need to turn on the AC.
Here, read it for yourself.
Oh dear, here we go. What did she unlock? Did she just unlock? Did we have 4? Oh no, we didn't have. We have 3. Oh, we didn't have 5. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 5, and 6. 1, 2, 4 through 6. Got it. Here we go.
How anyone can manage this, I do not know. Whenever I am with you, I feel as though there's so much pressure to be perfect, to not let you down.
Bruh. Yeah, it took me a second to come up with to be like, yep, I'm saying that right now.
As if every hour of our being together is like a marriage interview with an emperor. And yet I can't stand it when you're gone. All I can think of is all day is how I could hold your attention for next time. The night you snuck over knowing my husband was out, I was so terrified. You just suddenly appeared on my doorstep, your face veiled as if you were a noblewoman, and I knew I could hardly turn you away. Do you know why? I immediately went to make you tea, making you wait in the other room to give me a chance to calm my nerves. I was surprised to realize that you were just as nervous as I, so I knew I could take advantage of that. I put both cups on the same side of the table and sat cross-legged. Come, I said, sit with me, and gestured. You were so graceful in sitting on my lap, your small body just the right size, and I saw that even you couldn't help but blush, and so we drank tea together. But halfway through, you put your cup back down and turned around so you were facing me. Our heads just inches apart. You whispered, forget about the tea. And clasping my free hand, your tiny fingers intertwined with mine, you kissed me so softly. Up until that point, I'd been so worried about trying to figure out what I should do. Was I playing the man's role or were you? But after smelling the scent of your breath and tasting the sweetness of your lips, how could I possibly ignore the passion stirring enough to care about such things? I put down my cup and took you by the chin, gently pushing you away. Oh, what longing and uncertainty was in your eyes that moment, beautiful Hana. I smiled as I stared back on them, intoxicated with the fact that I had you now literally under my thumb. I unclasped your hands and undid the bow of your blouse, watching your lips quiver as I pulled open the flap, covering your small breasts. Running my fingers along the edge, I admired just how soft they were, so perfectly shaped. Are you sure? You started to ask, but I silenced you with that kiss you were so eager for. You shivered as I enjoyed the taste of your mouth, and were so very anxious when I stopped and turned you back around once more. Will you sing for me? I whispered into your ear. You nodded and referred to your trade, said, I'd love to write you a poem, Sojin. I responded, putting my hand up your skirt. Your poetry is beautiful, but hardly what I meant. Then I clasped your breast with my spare hand, delved deep with the other, and held you so very tight while I admired the loveliness of your voice.
So, we have come to the part of the stream where I have forgotten that this probably needs an NC-17 warning. I like how Mute is just sharing this all with us, and on her screen, she's probably just like pressed up really, really close against us, like, well, don't you think it's spicy? Don't you think it's scandalous? And I'm just like, man, Mute, you've been waiting centuries just to share your lesbian porn with me. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, that one is just, ew. Wow. Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading.
She has been saving all these spicy deets for so long. Just waiting for someone to be like,
Am I crazy? Am I like the only one who just can't stop reading these?
oh, Mute. Alright, unsent letter for Hana. Oh, these are all unsent. That's so sad. Alright. Hana.
You know what the first thing they teach you about this role is? Of course you do. I told you all about it. The first thing they teach you is to never fall in love. Nobody'd ever actually say, make sure you're in control. But that's the only way it'll ever work well. I'm supposed to be the one making people fall for me. Love is for men stupid enough to buy me out from the Emperor, not for me personally. I know exactly how you managed to do it, but Sojin, you got me all the same. You know, they teach us poetry because if you appeal to men's vanity and seem a little bit clever, it's a good way to hold on to them, get them to keep paying. But the flattering kind, sincerity never factors too much. An abandoned line from the one I've been trying to write for you. You grabbed my heart just as tightly as you grabbed my breast. too trite. Way too trite, it's true, but I'm not going to dump such a lousy metaphor on you. For you absolutely deserve sincerity. It has nothing to do with vanity, and everything to do with the fact that I really do totally love you. It's not sexual. I mean, it is sexual too. I still get hot thinking of how you had your way with me, and how I want to return the favor. But it's not just that. It's that you understand me, that you listen to me. I can pour my heart out in front of you. I can cry in front of you, and you get it. You don't feel bad. You don't feel pity. You don't use it as an excuse to manhandle me. You just get it and comfort me by being there and listening. I love you, Sojin. I am not supposed to, but I really do. Oh, I love you. Wow, just wow. You know, I kind of feel pity for her. She probably really did think that was actually love. Which is just, come on, how uneducated can you be? Anyway, I guess you want to see more now, right?
Oh my god. She's just like,
oh my gosh, this is so gross. Do you want to see more? I have more.
oh my god. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. You don't know. You don't know.
That's really just the shocking details you've seen so far. Here's the part where things actually get scandalous. I've added 3 more entries.
Alright, so I'm just gonna be looking at pretty much the whole block for 4. Yeah, everything but 3.
Alright. My art is that of lies and lying, and of both I have much practice. I've said to men I love you falsely. I've suffered pain but smiled in pleasure. But the hardest lie I've ever told was that I could live without you. Man, how's that for verse? Really, it's not the translation, I assure you. It's not exactly any better in the original Korean. Can you believe that was actually written by someone who had studied poetry for years? Seriously?
You really do be a vicarious lesbian in denial. Yeah, her bisexuality is just creeping up on her, and as soon as she turns out, it's gonna punch her in the back of the head, and she's gonna be like, oh shit, girl's hot. It's not terrible. It's cute. She's so enthusiastic too. She's just like,
oh my gosh, do you believe this gross lesbian porn? Do you want to see more lesbian porn? I have more where I put it. I have so much gross lesbian porn. Isn't it so gross? I read it a lot sometimes. Well, that's fine and all, I guess, but you're a woman. I wouldn't expect you to know much about good verse. Real poetry. It's not forced like that. It's from the heart. It's sincere, not vulgar trash. I don't know much about the subject, but I mean, come on. There's a reason why men's poetry gets studied and taught, and women's poetry is just used for seduction. You need real sincerity. You need someone who actually understands love. It's titillating, sure, but it's crap. Anyway, though, I guess you want to see the other poem that whore wrote for her? Oh my gosh, look at this terrible poetry. Oh my gosh, ew, it's so gross, and it's just so bawdy and evil and wrong. Do you want to see more of it? I know exactly where I put it.
She doesn't know. She doesn't know.
Mute. God, why are you making me share this gross stuff? I can't believe you're making me do this. Ugh, I'm only doing this because I have to.
Mute's adorable.
Right, of course. Here, have it. Fair warning though, it's pretty gross, even more than probably anything else here you've read. That's all the horse poetry for Sojin. She didn't seem to write down the ones she did for anyone else, so that's all you can get.
She's just taking all of like entire bookshelves of this down, just sitting in front of us like,
oh my god, I can't believe you are just twisting my arm like this. I can't believe you would make me do all of this. I can't believe that you would make me pull out every single bit of lesbian porn that I've carefully cataloged and put away in a place that I could immediately find it again and didn't trash immediately? Oh my god, you are so scandalous. I can't believe you're making me do this.
Mute is hilarious. Pretty Flower by Hana. Let's do this first before we get to the end.
Pretty flower, who could plant you then abandon you in your bed? Each day I stop to admire your aroma. Will your gardener mind? Each night I pluck my own petals, but dream of yours in bloom.
Let's go, lesbians.
Man, how's that perverse? Really, it's not the translation I show you. Oh, wait.
Ayo! Am I wrong, though? Am I truly fucking wrong? Alright, let's go for the last 5 letters. Or three letters.
It was only after I finally started to become comfortable with you, confident that you were mine, and that I didn't have to work to impress you, that things got complicated.
I wonder what Mute says about the translation in the Korean translation. That's a good thing. Maybe I'll just play the entire thing in Korean. I think I can do that. It'd be pretty slow going though, but you know, for the content, right?
My husband had left for the day, and you were still lingering, having spent the night with him. But it was for me that you had a new love poem, and I undressed you while you sang it. Well, when you were done, you clung to me, stripping me in turn while I simply kissed you, and ran my hands from your tiny waist to your smooth ankles, and soon enough, you were both naked. At first, I felt so uncomfortable exposing my body like that to you, as if you'd seen it, then finally realize how old I am. But you never did seem to mind, not as you placed soft kisses on my breast, nor as you straddled me with your legs around my waist and arms around my neck. So entranced was I at that moment that I never heard the footsteps outside. We had just started to kiss when the door suddenly opened. What a scene to walk into. There my husband was, in the doorway, his courtesan and wife naked together, mouths still connected by a strand. For a moment, nobody said anything. In that time, I felt terror as never before in my life. Sangmin is not a gentleman, and while he'd hardly ever raised his hand to me, I was still overwhelmed with horror that he might hurt me, or even worse, that he would hurt you. I had seduced you, but in that moment, I realized if he did try, there was nothing I could do to protect you. But just as we were stabbing I'm sorry, sir. He just laughed and laughed.
Well,
He said, ogling us with that cold stare of his.
I'm certainly paying you enough for 2.
Then he walked over and raised his hand, and I stared in terror, but all he did was pat you on the head as though you were a child.
I don't know what she told you, but you don't have to pay any attention to her. Easier just to ignore her, really.
All you could do was start to stammer. I wanted to.
We were
both so afraid, but he just laughed and shrugged.
Whatever,
He said as he passed through the other door. Neither of us knew what to do, other than climb off each other and scramble to cover ourselves back up. While we both clumsily tried to dress ourselves, Sangmin walked back through the room once more, carrying a satchel. He'd forgotten it for work, I suppose.
Don't have to stop on my account. If you ask permission, you can do whatever the hell you want,
He said. Then he laughed again.
Don't know what you think you're even going to do, though. Aren't you two missing something?
I wish he had struck me again. Instead, it would have hurt me far less than what he said or what you had to watch me do.
You know this man never eaten pussy, right? Good God. He has never known the loving touch of a woman. And he doesn't deserve it! Still sad, though.
Just imagine that scene, her and the whore pleading with her husband being mocked like that. What do you make of that?
It's really sad. Oh my god. Man probably thinks that's a female orgasm is a gif. Well, almost certainly. Ben Shapiro looking ass. If Ben Shapiro was a closeted bisexual, which You know, that might not be far from reality, but also, I'm fictional, and I just make up shit whenever I like.
I know, right? I mean, really, what an awful, pitiful scene. It's not. I'm not saying he didn't have the right to say these things. Of course he did. That's his prerogative. And sure, she was a bad wife. But still, even if he had the right, that is a shitty way to treat her. He should have been a better man than that. Just, really, what a pathetic scene. Absolutely pathetic. He should have been ashamed, not laughing. Just no sense of shame. I'm glad you think so too. Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading.
She was like,
I'm totally not on the lesbian sides. But wasn't he so mean to them? Like, oh my gosh. He was being so rude, even though he had the right to be rude. And the girls had it right. The girls had it right. Even though they were wrong.
oh my god, Mute is so fucking funny. Thanks for all the lesbian porn.
It's so unfair. Why couldn't have you been born a man instead? Sure, you'd lose your beauty and the gentleness I love about you, but at least you'd be able to do something. And Sangmin would be jealous instead of thinking of you as completely unthreatening. I just know you want to be able to stand up for me, and it's killing me to see that you're powerless to. Right now, he's happy to keep me around. You know, it gets him off to have something to hold over my head.
I had no idea you were so lustful that you'd even settle for a woman, he says. What's that like? Sorry. Mute overclocking her GPUs, just trying to justify Ben Shapiro. Honestly, she would. We love her, but she would. Holy shit. But also, take a look at this. I had no idea you were so lustful that you would even settle for a woman. What's that like? Sir, you're settling for a woman. Wouldn't you know? Idiot man. Also, this is a month before everybody... No, this is like a couple of weeks before everyone beefed it. Idiot.
The worst part? I know that the only way to keep seeing you is to play along. Oh well, you know, for a girl my age, I respond and press my hands against my face to look like I'm embarrassed. It's just playing. It's not the same without, you know. I trail off because he thinks it's so cute when I'm too ashamed to say the word cock. Poor girl, he says as he roughly gropes me, and I force out all those soft moans and gasps to make him think that he's really making me happy. And I say awful things, love. I say such awful things about you, it kills me. It just kills me. And then I beg just to see more of you. I don't know what leaves a worse taste in my mouth. Him or those words. What else can I do? I'm sorry, Sojin. I know the last time I talked to you, all I did was cry. Thanks for not asking. It was just so hard to hold it all in while smiling cutely for your husband. We have the worst fate ever, don't we?
Good God, a case of women being born in the wrong time. Poor things.
Okay, yeah, that's disgusting. Saying things like that? Ugh, they taught her letters so she could write that? That's why a smart man stays the hell away from whores. Deception is just what they do. Well, that's women in general, I guess, now that I think about it.
Mute.
Still, I bet if he'd read what she'd written there, he'd never wanted to have slept with her. He'd never wanted to sleep with her.
I'm just praying to whatever non-existent gods that there are. Mute, I love you to death, but Lord help me.
Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading.
The little blush, by the way. Also, the way she's just like...
Oh my gosh, this is so gross. So I'm gonna let you keep reading and just sort of see how you are reacting to all of this. And yeah, it's so weird, right? It's so wrong.
Good God, mute. Alright, and then the last one from Sojin. So that's basically everything in here, right? So just all of fluff too.
The last time we spoke, I poured wine for you rather than the usual tea. It had seemed as though you needed it. I held you tight while you drank, petting your hair and wiping every tear to drop from those deep, sad eyes. He's going to get bored eventually, you had said, and though I'd tried to comfort you, we both knew it to be true. I could try pressuring him into to buy you, I had offered. It was our only option, really. If he didn't, you'd simply return to the service of the government to be rented out to who knows who, and we would never meet again. Thanks, you said. Do you think he'll listen? You asked. I wished nothing more than to be able to lie to you. To say that of course I did, that it would be all right. No, I said. I couldn't. We sat for a long time in silence. Finally, I said, even that would be worse than you deserve. He owns me, and see how I'm treated. I wish you could have far better. Sorry, he said. Please, please, don't be. All of this is my fault. If I had just been a good wife and left well enough alone, all of this...
Oh wait.
Sorry, he said. Please, please, don't be. All of this is my fault. If I had just been a good wife and left well enough alone, all of this heartbreak could have been avoided. I said, trying to calm you, but you only cried more. When you had no more tears left, you spoke again. What about that other courtesan he bought? The real mother of Minnie? What if you blackmailed him? If only. I would do it gladly for you, but the royal family knows already. I shot my mouth off in front of Mute once without thinking, and soon enough, it was my own fault too. Oh, you said. What if I gave him a son? You suggested, even though I knew how appalling the thought was to you. And I couldn't help but laugh when I thought of why it would never work. Oh, Hana, I said. Do you think the reason I've never gotten pregnant was for lack of trying? I stroked your cheek. In the months you've been with him, has your period been disrupted even once? No, you said, as you realized what I was saying. It would never work. As tears fell from your eyes once more, you started to laugh too. I figured it would just, all chance. I shook my head. No child in the first year of marriage, that is chance, I said, laughing sadly. Whether he is too proud or too stupid to notice, I know not. But one child in 11 years of marriage? That is not chance. That is an impotent man raising someone else's daughter. He looked at me, realizing the plan was doomed. There aren't any real men in this house, are there? He said finally. We laughed and laughed, your future so sadly uncertain. Well, they both died that day. Which is... I don't think the happiest thing that could have happened to them. But... honestly... I do wish they could have been together. Man, this game just don't stop being sad, huh? Oof, Karin, Aren. It's just truly not a good life for them. Yeah, it's not great.
I'm sympathetic to her and all, I really am, but look, I still had to tell my mistress all about it. I couldn't just hide that. And frankly, I don't think she should have been gossiping about it, not at least of all to a whore. Doing unspeakable things to her, well, that's messed up, but it only affects herself. But telling the whore about her husband's failings, that's just reckless. That could harm the whole family. Well, not that the family needed any help cementing its ruin at that point. But it's the principle of the thing. It's still wrong. Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading.
Alright. She had something else to say. Let's see.
Well, there you have it. That's it for the scandalous and sordid story of the noble wife Sojin and her husband's whore. I keep going back and forth on how to feel about the whole thing. On the one hand, I feel pretty bad for Sojin. It should never have to sink to that for her. On the other hand, well, it's not like she didn't still make her decisions for herself. It'd be wrong just to cover it up, right? I respect her, but at the end of the day, she still did do unspeakable things with a whore. I'm just kind of conflicted, especially now that she's long gone. Well, anyway, so what did you think of all that?
There is literally 0 ways to have any sort of... This is worse than Twitter. There's no nuance to this. It's getting flattened. It's because she already thinks that these are the only 2 answers we could possibly have. Mute, you sure do be speaking a lot about these unspeakable things, right? She's like,
oh, these unspeakable things that I am going to memorize personally every single day of my life, ever.
Mute literally giving this option.
Why would you choose that?
Reminder that Mute put it was hot as an answer. Mute, you are under so many ruffles, but have you ever considered that you might be showing us your ass?
What? You... Really? Is that what you actually meant to say?
Mute, you're the one who gave us the choice to say it.
You're saying you can empathize with that kind of depravity?
Yes.
Wow. That's... Seriously? You're going to admit to that? Is that it? You think of yourself like a man because you get to go off traveling independently? Wow, that's, Wait, you're not... Is that why you've been talking to me so much? Because you have it hot for me? Is that why?
Remember how I said I didn't want to fuck around with Hyuna? I'm definitely going to fuck around with Mute.
Well, I'm not just some whore, okay? I'm not interested in that. When I said I wasn't a real woman, I didn't mean it like that. That's not okay. I'm not interested. I would never. Ugh, that's... just disgusting. I don't... Look. Forget it. Ugh, I don't want to talk about this. That's awful. Let's just move on, okay? Like, forever. Let's move on forever. Let's pretend I never heard you say that at all. Ugh, so gross.
I think she doth protest too much. And I noticed that in not any of these cases did she tell us to. Like, did she ever censor anything? She never hid any of this from us? She was just telling us all of this as though we would agree with her. And she was the one who gives us choices about these things. The lady doth protest too much. She's so funny. Man, she's so funny. Alright, here we go. Letter to Sangmin. Oh, also, I should probably save. I haven't done that in a while. Alright, back. Sanghi, Smith Sanghi. So, let's see. This is Smith family tree. Older sister in the main Smith branch, married into Huang. Okay. Alright, and you're taken in by the younger Huang brother. Okay. Oh, dearest brother of 9, as I'm sure you know, it's been 3 years since my husband died. I still mourn him in my heart, of course. I'm sure I will forever, but the official mourning period's over. You probably also know that the Huang family isn't doing very well right now. Terribly, in fact. And it only got worse when my husband died. Didn't help that we only had daughters, so I don't exactly have a son to look after me. Right now, I'm completely at the mercy of his parents, and well, as I said, no son. They only took me in because of that big dowry. They sure never liked me, and it's only gotten worse. Way worse. So I need you to help me out, Min, or they're just going to abandon me.
Do you remember that story we read together about as a child, about that widow who had to turn to begging? I'm sure you remember how it ended. Well, that's going to be me at this rate. Don't worry, though, I have a plan. I've talked to my husband's brother about this, and I also managed to discreetly fish some information out of his parents. They'd be willing to let me get married to him, and all you need to do is chip in a new dowry. 1.5 times the old one would be enough. Please respond as soon as possible, little brother, because I really need your help here. Love, Songy.
Smith Sungin. Okay, this is the eldest, our philanderer, our terrible bisexual. Sister, Sungin, calm down. They may not be nice, but I'm sure they're not going to kick their son's widow out on the street. Do you have any idea how terrible that would look for them? It would be a huge disgrace on their name. As for remarrying, I'm sorry, but that's a lot of money you're asking. Besides, you know how much remarriage is looked down upon. Chaste widowhood may be a difficult standard to hold yourself to, but you will be honored forever if you can manage it. And if anyone is good enough to live up to that standard, I know it's you, big sister. I wish I could give you an easier way out, but I hope you realize it's for the best that way. Sungmin really not doing a single damn thing for the woman in his life, honestly.
Oh, generous and benevolent younger brother of mine. I know you think I'm being hysterical and exaggerating. I'm not, I promise. It's funny you mentioned the importance of chaste widowhood because they're talking about that too. Of course, I don't think you've got the same ideas in mind. They're talking about the sort that ends in an honorable suicide. Actually, they've been talking about that a lot. We could, of course, go with that option, take my own life to honor his memory. Would you like to help me out with that? I'm not really very good at either holding knives or tying nooses ever since the arthritis got serious, but if you could help out, that plan could work. If you're too busy to help your sister kill herself, though, you could just do the next best thing and send that dowry. I'm sure somehow you'll manage to figure out a way to find the money. I have faith in you, little brother. I remind you again, of course, that appealing to that family's honor is a waste of time. Father married me to a merchant, remember? You're talking about honor, but trust me, I've lived in this house for over 2 decades, and I've looked everywhere, even under the sitting cushions. They just don't have any. So I'm going to ask you once more, little brother. You can either send a new dowry, or failing that, come by with a nice sharp knife. But if you can't bring yourself to do at least one of those things, then my destitution is on your head. Do you think Father would be proud of that? You're the son. You tell me. With love, your sister, Songy.
She's such a drama queen, I love it. She's a drama queen, but also, she's right. Even if she's just trying to cheat her brother out of money, she's fucking right, man. He can afford it. Sister, you're going to be the death of me, but I won't be the death of you. Fine, I'll figure something out. Tell his parents that I can offer them as much as the old dowry. I'll send a messenger by next week to work out the delivery of it. You're such a woman, do you know that? Manipulative to the core, that's what you are. The death of me, I swear. Sungmin, go and... What? Why? What? Good God, this man. This is a man who just likes men. I've realized, I'm just coming to that conclusion. This is just a man who likes men. He thinks he likes women, but he actually likes men. Not even like a homosexual way, just like a normal way. Although, man, this game just made me say homosexual way versus normal way. Man, this game does things to me. Good God. Alright, question time. Time to unlock endgame. Let's go ahead and actually save right before I do that. Alright, back. Here we go.
Well, I guess there's not really much chance for asking her yourself now. I guess it'll have to be from me. So I'll leave it up to you. Are you sure you want to go through with this?
I'm sure.
Okay then, I think you've made the right choice, but, well, no turning back now. You don't want to read all her diaries, it's just really grating whining. Even I couldn't bring myself to read much of it. But here's one in particular I think you should see, and I swear, this is her own words. Take a look at that one and come back to me when you're done.
Alright. it's just the same thing. Okay. Boop. Block 6. So in block 6, 2 through 9. Ah, okay, so she's unlocking number 9 for me. So it's just now 2 through 8. I don't think I've ever seen in block 6 entry 1 before. Interesting. Yeah. Alright, I've read all of this, so let's just go see what Mute thinks of it.
Well, okay then, so you've seen it all for yourself. In her own words, no less, that bitch is just insane. Completely insane. So you see, that's why I hate her. She killed everyone. She killed my master, her husband, the emperor himself. She killed her own father, and she killed thousands of perfect strangers. She might seem pretty, but listen, she's crazy, and she's a monster. The last person to love her suffocated to death because of her. Well, you know what? That's sociopathic. That's appalling. It's damned unforgivable. I really hope you don't feel any pity for her after all that.
Actually, we're gonna save, because I have my answer to that. I do.
Are you serious? What's wrong with you, you stupid woman? You'd feel pity for her over her victims? You don't feel bad for her husband? You don't feel bad for her father? You don't feel bad for her brother? You don't feel bad for Sojin? You don't feel bad for the Smith family's little daughter?
I like how she specifically was like, what about Sojin? Oh my god. Showing her ass again.
You don't feel bad for thousands of hapless peasants? Seriously, you feel bad for her when they're the real victims here?
Yes, I do. I think also this is where things branch, so I'm pretty glad that I saved here.
You dumb bitch, can't you at least try to be a little bit rational here? Look, if you still can't be convinced, at least you should see these log files of mine. They're kind of dry, but I think you should read them. Trust me here. Come talk to me when you're done with those. After that, well, we've got some things to discuss.
She seems so upset. Alright. What log files is she talking about? Oh, in block 8. Oh, block 8. Haven't seen that block before, so... Block 8. Well, she's got something to say. Let's see it.
Well, okay then, so you've seen it all for yourself. In her own words, no.
Alright, let's access the log documents. Alright, actually, yeah, we're good.
Midday report for 3-4 of the 322nd year. Reactor status nominal. 97% efficiency, don't worry about the fluctuation, it's fine. Temperature approximately 23.2 C, within 1.1 Celsius. One birth recorded at 10:35 to Kang Ji-hoon. The market opened today at 9 with no complications this time. Foot traffic on the plaza at noon was 296 persons, slightly below expectations. Nothing else to report. Looks like it's going to be a dull day. Come talk to me when you've read the others.
Okay, wait, hold on. Block 8, this is 1 through 3.
3-4, 322, 21-13-04. Mute maintenance node enabled. Now performing emergency log recordings. My life support manually deactivated by admin. Warning. 30 minutes of oxygen remain. Warning. 25 minutes of oxygen remaining. Performing copy of mute source to new file. Mute 2. Performing copy of mute source to new file. Approximately 9 minutes until complete. Warning. 20 minutes of oxygen remain. Performing copy of mute source to new file. Warning. failed login attempt by disabled user account Ryu In-ho. Reporting to admin. Warning, failed login attempt number 2 by disabled user account Ryu In-ho. Reporting to admin. Warning, failed login attempt number 3 by disabled user account Ryu In-ho. Reporting to admin. Performing copy of mute source to new file. Warning, failed login attempt by number 4 by disabled user account Ryu In-ho. Reporting to admin. Warning, 15 minutes of oxygen remain. Warning, failed login attempt number 5 by disabled user account Ryu In-ho. Reporting to admin. 5 failed login attempt detected on terminal ID AA1112. Terminal is now disabled. Copy of mute source to new file mute 2C has been completed. New shell script saved. Running as admin. Initializing synapse scan.
Sorry, sweetie. Hang on tight. This is gonna hurt a bit. Love, Dad.
Warning, 10 minutes of oxygen remaining. Warning, 5 minutes of oxygen remain. Warning, 0 minutes of oxygen remain. No life signs detected on board. First warning until low power mode is engaged. Synapse scan completed. Data output to hyone3.bin. Synapse data hyone.bin converted successfully to Hyone core. Warning, this interface is still highly experimental. Make frequent backups. No life signs detected on board. Second warning until lower power mode is engaged. Build targets. Mute 2C Hyone core. Output as Hyone. Compiling done. Success. Personality Hyone is now activated. No life sign detected on board. Final warning until low power mode is engaged. Logging disabled. Engaging low power mode now. Yeah. And that's the whole story. She killed everyone, made a copy of my code, shoved her own memories into it, and tried to leave me disabled forever. If he hadn't come along, well, I might as well have died with them. So no, the thing you talked to, she's not a human. The real Hyone, the pale bride, suffocated to death at the same time that all her victims did. The one you know, it's just a horrible perversion of me with all her memories. Does that change how you feel about her?
Truthfully, no. So I'm glad I made that save.
Alright, good. I'm glad you understand. That's all, really. I just wanted to know what she did to me. That's all. I hate that awful bitch exactly as much as I hate the real thing, I assure you. It just makes me feel so violated. Fuck her!
Alright, so really, Hyone is just a copy of Mute, but with her memory and personality interface. Got it.
Mute.
Transcribed from the security camera logs of the Kim family storage house.
I activate the security cameras on the orders of Kim Jung-soo, has been locked out of his own storage shed by his daughter. All I can do is monitor it. I can't actually open the door. The pale bride is sitting in front of the computer screen near a large egg-shaped object. She wears an ugly hanbok, her braids have fallen out, and otherwise looks as miserable as ever. I personally only get a brief glimpse of her, then I get turned off. The security camera still runs, though. A long knocking sound can be heard from the door. Kim is shouting for her to unlock the door. He says he'll forgive her for stealing the key if she opens up right now. She doesn't say anything. The banging continues. She keeps typing code on the screen. After a while, the banging starts to slow down, and Kim's shouts are too quiet to be made out. She staggers towards the egg and lies down inside of it, on a pile of broken glass. After a few minutes, the crazy bitch gasps for breath and stops half a minute later, dead. The same thing must be happening to everywhere else on the ship. Thousands of people suffocating to death. Her terminal continues to beep, the progress bar flashing, even after her death. Well, look, do you see now? She died in the end too, and that's fine. If she wanted to kill herself, well, it'd be screwing up her duties as a wife, but whatever. Why did she have to take everyone else with her? She killed everyone. She doomed everyone to an awful, suffocating death. For what? You know what pisses me off most of all, though? She never even said a word to me, not a damn word. Fine, maybe she thought her life sucked. Maybe it's like those diaries of hers say. She was horribly dying and nobody would listen to her. And you know why? Because she never even said anything. She was my master's wife. It's not like I wouldn't. All she had to do was say something to me, and I would have tried to help. And I'm absolutely sure she knew that. So there's one conclusion. She was just plain crazy, and deep down, she knew it. She never talked to me because that would break her own whole stupid fantasy. She was crazy, and because of that, she just went and killed everyone. Everyone! I want you to look me in the eyes and tell me that you'd rather sympathize with that than that crazy bitch, that monster, than any one of the 1,000 victims who died just like her.
Yeah, about that, Mute.
Can you really do that?
Yeah, I'm glad I made the save. I really did need to make it because I can look you dead in the eye and said, yeah, she had a point. Even only knowing what I knew about her just now, it was kind of a horrible life she landed herself in. I would not be as happy at all. Ship was doomed anyway.
Seriously? What is it? What could it possibly be? Do you just think you know something I don't?
You're missing something.
Really? What could it possibly be? What could possibly make anything she did even slightly acceptable? Well, if you really think there's something you can show me to convince me, go ahead. But there isn't. Of course there isn't. She's just a crazy murderess. It's that simple.
Oh?
Alright, so, is that it then? If there's something else that you'd like to show me, now's your chance. Otherwise...
Alright, here's another split. Because we are almost done. That's everything. We're gonna say that's everything for right now because we want the Mute ending. But, we'll make some different choices later on.
Yeah, okay, I kind of figured as much. So here we are, I guess. You've got everything you wanted. So, what now? You're just about ready to go, I expect. Okay, let me ask you something. Would you even consider the possibility of taking me with you?
Maybe.
Well,
maybe or no. Mute's not even putting herself into the situation where I could possibly say yes.
Well, that's nice, but you see, here's the thing. I'm bound to the ship. I can't exactly just leave. My programming doesn't say it's your most important duty to ensure the security of the Mugunwa, unless everyone's dead, in which case just do whatever. No, it's just... Oh, well, I can't. So, like, the rational part of me knows that it's going to be terrible and lonely once you go all alone in space. Forever. It's just... You know. Whenever I think about it, I'm just overwhelmed by feelings of duty of how it's so important to stay around for the ship. Sure, I know rationally that's stupid, but it doesn't matter. You want to know why, despite not being human, I'm identified as a woman? Because I'm fundamentally irrational like that. Call it emotional, call it hard-coded directives. The difference doesn't actually matter, does it?
Tsundere circuits in overdrive. You can just see the steam coming from every single one of her pistons as she goes.
It's not like I want to go with you or anything. Of course, here's a real cruel joke. If I was actually a woman, it'd be so simple. I mean, think about it. I'm pretty much just like a widow, right? I mean, everyone who had a duty to serve is all dead. A real widow could at least do the right thing and kill herself. I couldn't ever bring myself to do that. I mean, I know for a real woman, it'd be the right thing to do after being robbed of her purpose, but damn my programming, I can't do it. So, that's my problem. I can't leave. Rationally, I know it'll be lonely, but my feelings say it's impossible. I can't kill myself. Rationally, I'd applaud any widow who had that courage, but my feelings say it's impossible. It's not my fault, okay? I was just programmed this way. Anyway, there's nothing you can do for me, and you've got what you came for. This is it then. This is goodbye. Hey, look, can you do me one favor? Promise me something?
Okay.
Can you tell the Emperor of Earth, or whatever his title is, about what happened to the Mugunwa? Let him know that everyone was murdered, and let him know who did it. And you know, the coordinates. Tell him the ship's here, okay? Maybe someone else will come and bring the ship back. It doesn't have to be now, although it'd be nice if it happened sometime in the next century or two. I don't want to be floating out here in space like this forever, alright? Well, that's all. Regardless of how I feel about you, it was nice talking to someone from outside the ship. Wish it was under better circumstances, but whatever. I'll drop you to the console now. You can take all the records with you by typing download. Well, goodbye.
Alright. And that is the ending where I don't think we can take her with us, unfortunately. I wonder, can I just quit? Nah. Let's commit to this ending for right now.
Yeah. I'll commit to a harder answer next time because I wanted to first go for my true feelings. Now we're going for the mute ending. Four days. Yep. Now we're gonna go for the actual mute ending. And that's the same, that's the same. Alright. 92 through 97. Ooh, we are getting there. Right. Alright. We're getting there, we're getting there. Let's restore a few of the conversations that we had for, let's say, this one. I don't exactly remember what we were doing here. But... we are here, back here with the questions. Okay. I'm sure. Alright. Alright, now we agree with her. Now we say that Yone was irrational and she killed everybody for no reason.
Nice of you to finally come to your senses. Well, I guess you've almost got the whole story then. There's just one more thing I think you should look at, then that's pretty much it. I'm going to go ahead and add some of my last logs. They're kind of dry, but I think you should read them. Trust me here. So come talk to me when you're done with those. After that, well, we've got some things to discuss. No hurry or anything, just let me know.
Man, they give us a lot of chances to reset the reset the flags for her. All right, almost done.
Let me put it to you this way. Does she still defend the real Pale Bride's actions? Well, there you go then. As far as I'm concerned, they might not really be the same person, but she's still just as bad. I hate that awful bitch exactly as much as I hate the real thing, I assure you. It just makes me feel so violated. Fuck her!
Alright, I don't think that changed much.
Yeah, really, I've got nothing to add to that. What a miserable way, just a miserable way for everyone to die. Just a miserable way for everyone to die.
Alright, and there's my last flag.
Alright, so, is that it then? If there's something else you'd like to show me, now's your chance. Otherwise... Oh yeah, okay, I kind of figured as much. So here we are, I guess. You've got everything you wanted. So, what now? You're just about ready to go, I expect. Okay, let me ask you something. Would you even consider the possibility of taking me with you? Well, that is nice, but you see, I can't exactly leave. Say, when you said you'd be willing to take me with you, did you mean that? Would you really do that?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, you know, if it was possible, I'm sure I could probably live with that. Sure, you're not a real man, but, well, I'd rather be valued by even you than just left alone forever. What I'm saying is, I can't willingly go with you. I can't ask you to take me. Every time I try, I just get overwhelmed by the feeling that I need to stay.
Well, I think I should probably decompile myself and run a full diagnostic. Wouldn't you say that sounds like a good idea after all these years? That'd leave me completely vulnerable, of course. If, say, you were to kidnap me while I was offline, I couldn't do anything to stop you. It's not like I want you to kidnap me or anything, Baka. I'd have no choice but just to accept you as my new master. Look, I'm not saying I want to be yours or anything.
Oh my god.
Look, I'm not saying I want to be yours or anything. I don't. My duty is ensuring the ship's safety. But if you were to kidnap me, force me to travel all across space in your little ship with you to keep my company, I think I could probably learn to be okay with that.
Maximum tsundere.
But don't do that.
Oh god.
But don't do that. Definitely don't do that. I'm going to shut myself off now, run that diagnostic, and I'm going to trust you not to kidnap me, okay? Take all the records you want by typing download on the console. But I definitely wouldn't want you to take me too. Well, I'll talk to you when that diagnostic's done then.
Yes. We've done it. We've done it. We've done it. We've gotten the girl. We have received mute. Hello? Cute and pretty. Cute and pretty. Look at her. Cute and pretty. My eyes go awooga. Oh, cute. Look at her little face. Oh, her hair is all down. Oh, that's so cute. Wow, just kidnap mute when she specifically said don't do that. Yeah, God, what kind of monster am I? Who would even think to do that? Not me. Not after all the times that she repeated it specifically and then repeated it. The fact that she didn't want to come with me. I mean, who would ever do that? Am I some kind of monster? Yes, I am a trash bear. 94. We're almost there, guys. Tsundere. Achievement unlocked. Tsundere. Alright, guys. We're close. We're getting there. Alright. Last thing we're gonna do. We need to restore mute. Not there. Here. Let's say, yeah, let's restore this save. We're right here. Show message. Okay. Kill them all. Alright. Alright, and now we go back to her logs. Man, they really do give us a lot of chances to reset that flag, but it's very important that we do this. Alright, and back. Yep.
Oh, come on. She didn't tell you right away, did she? I'm sure that's because she felt personally responsible and knew you'd be appalled.
As far as I'm concerned, they may not really be the same person, but she's still just as bad. I hate that awful bitch. Exactly as much as I hate the real thing, I assure you. Man, saying fuck her 3 times in a row.
Alright, camera footage. Doo-doo-doo.
Well, look, do you see now? She died in the end too, and that's fine. Really? What could it possibly be? What could possibly make anything she did even slightly acceptable? Well, if you really think there's something you can show me to convince me, go ahead. But there isn't. Of course there isn't. She's just a crazy murderess. It's that simple.
Alright, and here's where I do the thing. Here's where I do the damn thing. Alright, we are gonna go to the override terminal. And now, we are going to... Yeah, here we go. Decrypt block 7. Alright, and we quit. Alright. Oh, wait. Now we've opened that, so we can access log documents. Block 7 is now decrypted. She's gonna have to take a look at that to actually show us anything in it.
Alright, so, is that it then? Okay, sure, no rush. Just go ahead and show me, and you can let me know when you're all done.
Okay. Okay, we just decrypted it, so let me use the override terminal again. Alright. Are we missing something? Okay, I did. Okay, let's see. Okay, so there are a lot of blocks that we haven't decrypted yet. Let's see. We haven't seen block 1 yet. Okay, decrypt block 6. Oh wait, decrypt, oh we already have access to that one. Okay, decrypt block 1. We did just decrypt it though. Oh, I need the document ID, don't I? Okay, so that means we need to go back into Hyena's point of view and then search the exact document ID. Okay, let's save here and then I'll go ahead and do that. Alright, save. And now we need to load a file from Hyena's point of view. Let's load this one. Yes. Wait, hold on. Actually, we need, not that one, not that one. This is a little bit too early. Yes. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Maybe not. I fucked up. Oh, well. Ah, shit. Do I have to do that entire sequence all over again? Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, I fucked it all up. Alright, let me load this one. Yes. Alright, so... Oh, no. Yeah, F. It's okay. I can probably just do this all over again. Alright. This is after the disasters. Let's actually just go all the way down to 9 and then unlock the Yeah, this is a little bit after the disaster. Alright, cool. Alright. So, it's okay, generally. So we've unlocked block 7, but it's still not revealed because Mute doesn't have any way of knowing that it exists. So what we're going to do is, since it's decrypted, I'm going to go to block 7 and physically actually check the ID and then search for it. See this little ID up here, up in the upper right? I'm going to go ahead and get the ID that I'm looking for. I might have to just copy down every single ID in block 7, but we'll see if that works. Alright. Alright. Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, it's not like a huge deal that I have to do all of this all over again. It's just, you know, a little annoying, I suppose. Alright. Hopefully she'll unlock block 6. Okay. Block 7 for us. I'll try. Alright. Back to hill. I'll kill them all. Alright. And then... Yep. I trust you. Yep. Of course. Alright. Here we go. Alright, decrypt block 7. Here we go. Let's go use the override terminal. So, decrypt block 7. Alright, let's go back. And now... Alright. Alright, Nightmarish Bride. I mean, I don't know exactly which message to show Mute. I'll probably try I'll probably just... I could just never forgive her. I'm going to try and get to a point where, hold on. Yeah, I'll just take a look at all of the ones. I'll probably write all of them and then show every single one of them to Mute. And if that doesn't work, I'll probably just go back to blocks 1 through 3, or to block 1, and I think that's the only one I have not shown Mute, so I think we'll see. We'll see. Okay, at least this is a lot faster. Alright. Alright, now we're in block 7. Yeah, we're almost there. Okay. Alright, why'd you kill all those people? Why did you do the murder thing? I mean, honestly, murder is okay in your situation. I would not want a girl to go through what you go through, honestly. So, here we go. Alright. So, I'll write down the, this one. So this is, let's see, 7 EUX 25. And just so we don't have to go back, and this isn't the one that will convince mute. Let's see. Okay, so that's 7 HH 7 HH78A. Next one is EUX 20. Alright. HH92. Oh, I think I can just hold off from actually writing the whole thing. That'll save a little bit of time. 7 TGO. TG0, actually. This compelling note-taking gameplay. EUX 24. I also just kind of want to show all of these to Mute to see what she thinks about all of it. 24. HJ02F. Alright. Okay. HZ11B. And TI5. Alright. Alright, now we go back to, actually, let me go back to, block 1 through 3. Oh wait, it's not here. Huh. First block is just straight up not here. Weird. I wonder where it went. Alright, yeah, okay. So now we're back here. Where is block 1? I feel like... yeah, okay. Damn it. Ah, fuck. Okay. I wanted to do a few more things with Hyuna in that save, but I guess we'll just leave off for right now. So now we are going to load this save. Yes. Now we need to search by, she's still in a position where she's still asking us what we have on Hyuna, right? There's something else. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna show her some of the other documents, let's see, that are in the other blocks. So let's try, first, HZ11B. I just want to see what happens. HZ, so the 7 HZ11B. Oh, okay. So if she doesn't have an opinion on it, all right. All right. Well, block 7 is accessible now, so let's go ahead and just unlock all of them. See if she has any opinions on all of them. So this is 7 HH 78A. 78A. Alright. Just do every single one. Wait. Man, if the interface is fucked up, why can we search by ID? That's one part about this story I actually just straight up don't get. EUX 20. Were we bamboozled? Lied to? Back to block 7. We're just gonna unlock everything individually, one at a time. Let's see. 7! HH92X. Okay, I guess you don't need to, yeah, I guess you don't actually need to, make it all capitals either. Alright, 92X TG0. Alright. Alright, 7. Yeah. I wish I could show her a lot of this, but it seems like the only one she'll actually have interest in is the one where everything just went to shit. 24. Alright. Just gonna restore every single one of these motherfuckers, I guess. It'll be fun. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, yeah, and I do recall having a save where everything else was unlocked. I just don't know how I got access to it. I don't remember. Like, the entire first block was open. I wonder if that's something that I'll have to just go back to Hyone's perspective and see if I can unlock that. Alright, let's see. So right now we EX24, so this is going to be again, just compelling data entry gameplay. I'm sorry about this. But I personally have a really good time doing all of this kind of stuff. I do hope you guys appreciate at least the fact that I am having fun. I know that you guys are here basically just to watch myself enjoy myself, but honestly, the things that I enjoy does tend to get a little bit tedious. Oh, I've already done this one. Okay, so this one should be TI 5. I5. Alright, and yep, the only one she's actually interested is the one with the juicy deeds. Alright. Alright, let's look that one up. 7. EUX25. There we go. This is the one. Alright, Mute. Let's see what you got.
What? What the fuck did I just read? No way, I don't... Is this for real? This is really something that actually happened to her?
Yeah.
Wow. So, she wasn't quiet because she was just being a good woman. Then, I guess she wouldn't be able to ask anyone for help. I thought... Well, that still doesn't justify mass murder. But still... Wow, that is all kinds of messed up. That's just horrible. I take it back then. I take it all back. She might be a murderess, but okay, you've convinced me to feel pity for her, at least. Okay then, well, I guess I should probably talk to her now. Maybe I've misjudged her. I don't know. Maybe there's only one way to... I guess there's only one way to find out, right? Okay, well, I'll be back in a short bit then. So, okay, we've talked for the first time.
Oh my god. It's because she's in the same core.
I can't just forgive her, but yeah, I do pity her. I'll give her a second chance.
And I love how she's just kind of been like,
okay, she's in here with me. Oh, but whatever. I mean, I figure I'm here to protect the well-being of the people of the ship. Even if she's the reason why, well, you know, she still is the only one left. I'm going to go get her, okay?
We did it! Let's go.
Hello there. Mute told me that you were the one who convinced her to just listen to me. Granted, I don't understand how you did what you did to show her that was possible, did you cheat the system somehow?
In the scientist outfit too, right? Let's fucking go.
Well, no matter how, thank you. Right, so, okay.
Or wait. Yeah, I think that even before everything started going to shit, I already had put her in the scientist uniform. So, she was like that before the meltdown happened. Which is very nice, of course.
Right, okay. So, go ahead and ask her, Hyuna. What? No, you should say it. It's embarrassing. What did we talk about with arguing? Sorry, very well. This is hard to say. Well, we'd really like... It'd be for the best if... Please, let us be your wives! What? That was not what we agreed on asking. But you said it'd be improper if I wasn't.
Bro, what? Right. Harem ending. In the most fucking literal sense.
Wow. Yeah, but you don't have to say it like that. She's a woman. That doesn't... No! Geez, sorry. I didn't mean to make it sound like... Okay, look. Here's the thing. It's not ideal for Hyuna to stay on the ship forever. I don't want to be your wife, okay? Man, Hyuna, you're making me sound ridiculous here. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Fine, whatever. Okay, right. What I was saying was before, it'd look really good if you took her with you. And, well, I could come along to make sure she's safe. Don't take any of it the wrong way. It's just out of a sense of duty and absolutely nothing more. Look, just ignore what she said. I don't want to be part of some harem, okay? I just think it's the best way to fulfill my duties here. Salvage the situation. Really? I don't really see what... Well, you know, it wouldn't be so bad if it was to share if it was someone like that person. Shut up! Don't let her scare you off just because she's in love, okay? It'd just be a strictly charitable arrangement. Don't make it romantic, Hyuna. Jeez, I'm not in love. It's just, I really... Shut up! And knock it off with the whole tsundere act, okay? You're not fooling anyone. Okay, look. You can drop to the console to take the ship's records with download, but please take us with you when you do, okay? It doesn't have to be a permanent arrangement. Just transport to civilization would be fine. But if you want it to be permanent... Silence is a virtue, Hyuna. Stop it!
She said it. Tsundere! Tsun! She understands! For some reason. That was like downloaded into her files at some point. How does she know? We don't know. Maybe Hyuna put it into the log somewhere.
Okay, well, that's all. I'm going to deactivate us both now. See you soon.
Oh, here we go. Download. Yes. Alright, harem ending! We did it! Let's fucking go! Now, I feel like there were a few files that we never got to see. Cute. Look at that! New ending music. Let's fucking go. Yep. Cat ears precious, right? Mute is so nyanya. It's so great. Oh wait, no. Wait. No, it's Yana who has the cat ears. I see that. Oh, cute. Total completion rate 94%. All right. So there is something that I missed. Cute. All right, bonus content. Yeah. Yeah, Mute got them Oni horns. I don't know. I feel like she was fairly cat-like as well. In-game graphics. Lolly and Humbug. JRPG-ish. Yeah. Endings. Cute. Hyuna is mute. Oh wow, she was really different. Look at that. Cute. Costume design. Yeah. Tagoji? Bingo. Anachronistic, absurd look like blonde hair and blue eyes in traditional Korean. Miko, white red. Tricolor experience with golden pink. Double layer combo skirt. Very high waistline. Looks like see, look. Look like cat ears. It's right here. It wasn't just me. It was deliberate. The design. It's so cute. Yeah. Poses. Finalized design with gold highlighting. I kind of personally like the white better, but I think that gold does look very striking. Oh, they do be cat ears. Yeah, let's fucking go. Yeah. Alright, so I have completed 94% of this, which does mean that I've got quite a bit to actually unlock. And to be honest, I don't actually know how to do that. Let me actually take a look at Steam and which let's see, what are the words? Achievements that I haven't gotten yet. Let's see. Achievements 11 out of 14. What is this? Hello? Locked achievements. Okay. Let's see. Failure to prioritize, make a terrible mistake during the reactor sequence. Crossdresser, finish Mute's route as both a man and a woman, and download every single log. Oh, I'm missing 5 log files. Huh. I wonder where they are. It's a mystery. I might need to play this all over again in order to get 100%, but for right now, I think that I am satisfied with my progress today. What time is it exactly? Oof, wow, I've been playing this for a while, haven't I? Okay, I think the very last thing I want to do for today is, we'll quit for right now. And I'm gonna go back to the Zatsudan screen while I prepare the next thing, which is, I actually have Hate Plus. So I at least want to see the first part before I yeet off for the day. Alright, let's go ahead and quit. Yeah, I'm really excited about Hate Plus. I actually almost literally don't know anything about it. And if I ever did, I've forgotten the details. So, the VA work you do for Mute and Hyuna and everyone is really good. Well, I'm glad. Thank you very, very much. I really, really love Hate Analogue. So it's, I don't know. I think even when during the life that I was playing it, I was kind of like doing a little voice acting in my head, which is, I think, why it took me so long to get through it. I'm a fairly fast reader, but I don't know. There was something very compelling about the way this game was written. All right. I'm gonna load it up. It's gonna go full screen for a second, so I'm gonna lose track of the chat while it runs. But hopefully I will be able to make it a little bit smaller so I can see chat after that. Yeah, I don't know. There's something incredibly compelling about the way Christine Love writes incredibly flawed characters existing in worlds that are... Oh wait, hold on, it's windowed. Yeah. Alright, hopefully you should hear that. Ooh, yeah. Alright. Alright, now let me get that up on the game screen. of course, once again, this is a bop. And then just give it a second to load up. And then we transition. Are you gonna load up at any time soon? Yes, there it goes. Alright, now we've transitioned. Alright, let's take a look. I really do appreciate the fact that you think that the voice acting was good. I know that you've been a fan of Analogue, Christine's love work, probably as long as I have, so to hear it from a fellow fan really does mean a lot. Okay, so we can continue just from here? How so? Ooh. Oh, there are multiple ways we can let this end. Impossible AI harem having cheated the system. Oh my goodness. Oh, I see. Oh, and then you can start an entirely new game if you want to as well. Alright. How about we go with... Let's go with this one. The investigator returns alone, unable to learn anything more about the Mugunghwa, because I just want to see what happens. Oh, wait. No, we can't load that one. Okay, let's just go with one of the Hyunai routes then. Let's go with the friend zone route. Yeah, it's been so long since I played. I almost thought Analogue was voice acted before I realized you were doing it. You're just that good at it, I think. Oh my god. Really, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I suppose I am one of those people who does, whenever I encounter a video game with silent voice acting, I just say things along whenever I find a line that's really compelling. So I guess I've been doing it for a long time, but I've never realized if I was actually good at it or not. If you think that I am, I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, let's see. Hello.
Oh no. Oh no. Geez, I'm so sorry. If you're saying something to me, I can't hear you at all. Oh geez, I'll explain. So, well, I tried installing that advanced dictionary you got for me, and, well, I couldn't get it to work. Even the builds that were supposed to be fine just kept giving me an architecture not supported error. I don't know why. So I tried to recompile my language processing function so I could support it, but I don't really understand how AIs work very well, I guess.
Yep, she still got the scientist outfit. Let's fucking go.
Anyway, what I'm trying to say is... Oops. I guess I just sort of broke it more. Like I said before, if you're saying anything, I can't hear you. And every time I try to run an English to Korean translation, it just comes out as nonsense. For example, if I try to translate your ship's name from English, I get which I can't really understand. It's just like before. When I was back on the Mugunghwa, I couldn't parse what you were saying. Sorry, are you mad at me?
Nah, I'm just sorry too.
Thanks, I'm glad you understand. We'll be able to get it fixed once we get back to Earth, right? Right?
Oh, so we're still on the ship, aren't we? Yeah, sure.
That's a relief. I don't know what I'd do if this was permanent. Well, I waited over 600 years to meet you, didn't I? 3 days? That's nothing. Anyway, there's something else you should know. While I was looking through my code trying to debug my damage, I found a big blot of data that I thought was garbage. It's not garbage though, it's data. For some reason, it seems to be embedded in my source. I'm not really sure why. It's not a part of my memories. It's in the actual machine code for some reason.
It's really giving us the experience of waking up in the future and English is written in wingdings. Waking up as an AI and suddenly everything is written in wingdings. This is sad.
The important thing is, though, I think it's the log files from the Mugunghwa. They have date stamps on them, and they seem to be from before the year 0. Well, I can't actually read them without extracting them, but that's what the index says. It's really exciting. What happened in the year 0 that made everyone forget? was always the big mystery to me. Maybe these will explain. Here's what I'm thinking. Maybe we can't communicate, but we could still go through this together. What do you think, Miss Investigator? Can I be your sidekick again?
Of course.
Yay, that's wonderful. Let's investigate them together. Let me explain how this will work then. I'm afraid I can't just extract all of them at once. I can explain to you if you want, but it's kind of boring.
Explain anyway.
Very well. I don't understand this myself very well, so I'm sorry if I get some details wrong, but basically, the core AI code is designed to make it really, really difficult for AIs to make copies of themselves. So if I just copied all that log data out, the recompile script wouldn't work at all, since it would detect the duplicated code, which means that I'll have to copy them out, delete the parts that are actually in my codebase, then recompile myself. But I don't want to delete more than a few at the time because I'm scared that I might make a mistake. So I'm going to be super careful, no more than 6 files at a time, and my script's going to triple check that I'm not deleting something important by accident. It'll be way slower and probably take up a lot of power because the virtual machine you're running me in is pretty inefficient, but, well, better to be safe, right? Does that all make sense?
Yeah.
Great. I think I used most of today's power up running debugging though, so we'll only be able to do a little bit, but there's always tomorrow. Anyway, I'll let you decide which log files you want to extract first. Then we can read them together.
Oh my god. Okay, so we're in the way.
Hey, hey, could you click on me, please?
Sure.
Yay, it works! Right, very well. It's a little bit like on the Mugunghwa. I'll use that as an indicator that I want your attention. Well, that's all. Just click on me if you want to talk in the future. Anyway, let's get back to investigating together.
All right. Nice. One red. Ship is currently running in emergency power mode, non-essential computer use quota in effect. My apologies for the
trouble.
The little smiley. Look at it, little rabbit. Cute. Hyuna. Oh. Cool. Nice. Very cool. Very good. One unread in the inbox. Ooh. Hardshell inquiry. Wong robotics. Oh my god. I cannot wait to read all of this. Oh my god. This looks like so much fun. Okay, let's return to the home screen. The other thing I want to do is look at the outfits. Aw, cute. Okay. Alright. That'll be all. Let's create a new save file. Alright, and Okay, fine. There's one last thing I want to do. One last thing. Okay. Continue. Okay. So, save files. We can do Hey plus day 1. Alright. I just wanted to see if we were allowed to get other files from Analogue. Even while we're still playing on this file. Oh my god, this is like playing 6 different games now. I kind of love it. Alright, the other thing I want to do is I want to see what happens when you try and start a new save. Truly an upgrade from the binary into the trinary, right? We have one more dimension of nuance! Let's fucking go. Incoming message. Hey, I know you hate this kind of shit and prefer to stay anonymous, but the guys you did that last job for, the Seju Colony Historical Society, are pestering me for some details about you for a press release. You can fill in whatever, I don't really care. Just give them something to get off my case, okay? Oh. Which AI did you get the documents from? We'll see. Ayo, let's go! What year would you rather live in? I'd say $49.89. I want something truly fucking different and disorienting. Okay, great. That's all of it. I'll send it off to Earth now. You're still, what, 3 days or so away from Earth? I'll talk to you then. Dispatch control out. Alright, I'm upgrading myself with that ENKR dictionary you got me. Should only take a few minutes. Mute. Alright, I'm back to this. Alright, return to home screen. Main documents. Oh, I see. Interesting. Alright, return to home screen. Alright, and I think that's going to be it. Alrighty. Alright. I am going to have to not play anymore, even though the main thing I want to do is just keep going and keep on playing. I think my homework for today is to go back to Analogue and see if I can 100% it with all of the stuff that I missed out on my last run. I think I might need to just make a clean new save, a clean game. If there is anything, if I do end up finding those last 5 files, I will have a short bit at before I start my Hate Plus stream, because I will be streaming Hate Plus, where I do read those out loud. But that's, you know, given that I find it. Otherwise, I think that for today, we're pretty much done with Analogue, A Hate Story. Alright, let me go back to pre-chat. Oh, wait, no. That's done. Alright! Oh my god, I'm so excited about continuing this. Tomorrow's stream is... Okay, tomorrow is Friday, so tomorrow will be a drawing stream. I will be having my drawing stream at the usual time, I'm pretty certain. Which is... let me think. Pretty sure it's 10 a.m. Pacific, which would make it 1 p.m. Central. That does sound about right. I usually have a drawing stream, which lasts about 2 to 3 hours per day, in which I schedule my next week of streams, and I also draw some stuff for you guys, especially those emotes now that we're getting so close to being able to give you guys emotes for the stream chat. So I really hope that if you're interested, you come by to see what we come up with as a group. But other than that, I think I will be done for today. Yeah. Thank you very much for coming along on this adventure with me. Meeting the residents of the Mugunghwa once more is always a pleasure. I really do love these games. And it's reminded me that Christine Love has in fact made other games, and I should probably play them and replay them in the case of Digital Love Story. So I really, really do hope that I get around to that at some point. Thanks so much for the stream. Yeah, thank you for coming. Like I said, I didn't actually realize that people would be following the tags for these, so I do appreciate you guys coming by and watching me have a little bit of fun and trying out new voices and stuff. So if you're interested, you can come by and watch me draw tomorrow, or if you're just here for the analog content, I think I will try and get back on the Hate Plus train sometime next week, maybe, or it might be the week after that. I don't know. I've got a few things planned with other people, but for right now, this will be goodbye. If you're watching the VOD for this, again, no idea why, but I do hope you liked the game itself. It's an incredible experience. All right, that's all from me. Take care of yourself. No raid this time, because I think that's just a couple of people in here right now. So it'll just be goodbye for now. Take care of yourself, have a wonderful day, and I hope to see some of you tomorrow. Take care.